Hello there. Checking. How is the sound? Sound looks fine from over here. Okay, so the stream has started like 10 minutes earlier, so if you are watching a video on demand, feel free to skip at least the first 10 minutes, and then we are going to see if the actual content has actually started. That always depends on how fast the people join, right? Okay, let's chat with myself. Good evening, YouTube. Okay. Good evening, Twitch. See how that works. Yep. It shows up on both at once. That's good. Preview. Let's refresh Twitch. Okay. I have 3 previews. Oh, nice. So, what's up, everybody? How's your Sunday going so far? I think next time I'm going to start the countdown again, because usually everyone gets the hello to whoever just joined on my Twitch. Usually when I just start abruptly, then people, get a notification, and sometimes they click on it, sometimes they don't. Um, it's always a process in the first couple of minutes to gather enough people to actually start the lesson. You know what I mean? So maybe sending a notification that the stream has started like a couple of minutes earlier, plus the countdown on the screen, something like the stream will not commence in at least 5 more minutes or something like that, right? Because we still have like 6 more minutes until we are officially supposed to start, right? And of course, oh, hello, good evening, whoever just joined on YouTube. So, hello to both of the chats. Feel free to type, good evening or good day in the chat. Also, if anyone is joining from the USA or, any other country in America, we have switched to the summertime today here in Europe. So, we are probably synchronized again with you guys in the Americas. I believe that you switched to summertime like 2 weeks ago, was it? Or some? Oh, hello and good evening, Zoran. What's up? And good evening to the Twitch person with the sword. Sword Fairy. Good evening, Sword Fairy. So, what's up, Zoran? How's your Sunday? Your Sunday was relaxed. Very relaxed. Okay. We were driving around with a car and a dog and stuff like that, eating some lunch and cookies and coffee and whatnot. I think my relaxing time is about to commence now. like the introduction part to now was not the relaxing part. Now starts the relaxing part. Desi Beldani, howdy back to the Switzerland. I apologize if I pronounce names in a weird way. It's just when I look at your name, it sounds like in my mind it sounds like Deji Beldani. I mean, if I can say it better, you can always try to correct me. Yes. So 3 more minutes to gather acceptable amount of people in the chat, right? And it's okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. While we are waiting for some more people, the coffee is just the right temperature to, for consummation. When I was streaming only on Twitch previously, just video games, I used to have bots that would talk to the chat, and it was, a little bit of fun stuff along with the actual video games. Not sure if that would be a smart idea for the classroom. Zoran says, let me get my other laptop with the PDF. Oh, you need the second laptop to read the PDF. Solid. That's a good, how do I put it? Good way to do it. T minutes minus 2 minutes remaining. T minus 1 minute 55 seconds remaining. I'm just kidding. 4 viewers on YouTube and what's up with Twitch? 2 viewers on Twitch. Okay. Good enough, good enough. Just about right for start. It would be better if we have 10, but 6 is good. I did something roughly crazy in the past couple of days on my main monitor here. I have had it's probably a KDE Plasma thing. I'm not entirely sure, but I had my screen set to 150% of fractional scaling, and my fonts looked, I don't know the right word to describe it. Like on one part of the screen, the fonts were sharp, and then somewhere around the middle, they were like a little bit blurry, and then sharp again. And as I would move windows around and refocus them, the blurriness and sharpness of fonts kind of shifted dynamically, and I wasn't sure what the hell is going on. I thought that my web browser is going crazy, and then I figured it could be due to fractional scaling not functioning, optimally on whatever. I don't know if it's a Wayland thing or just Plasma thing, but when I switched to 200%, 19, okay. When I switched to 200% scaling, then everything is perfect since then. But the problem with 200% is that everything is now huge. So I was kind of getting used to having like so my main monitor is now like full HD screen. Basically, it just has the double the amount of sharpness, or should I say quadruple the amount of sharpness. It's probably double in each, in each direction. But yeah, 5 viewers on YouTube. We are almost ready to start, aren't we? Welcome into whoever joined on YouTube right now. We are going to start like in a minute or two. Make yourself at home and, say good evening, say what's up, stuff like that. Are you ready to rumble? I could stream to Rumble as well. I don't believe that anyone would watch over there. Just like nobody's watching on Twitch, almost. What's up, Doc? Okie dokie. The screen that you're watching right now on my end, it's called Game Stream. I don't know why I called it that. Probably because I had a video game on that one previously. Zoran, you're back with your second laptop? Yes, okay. Very nice, very nice. How is the size of the fonts on your end for the PDF? I was changing something in regards to. I actually think I zoomed in since the last time. I think I changed this screen to 150%, and weirdly enough, I don't get any issues with fonts over here on this screen. That is why you have the PDF on a second laptop, because this is too small. Oh crap. This is not very good. %. Ah, it's your eyes. Okay. I'm gonna keep it at 200% for now. I mean, I could with width. Width would be better, right? In case there is something that needs to be read on the far right. Yeah, there is stuff on the far right. Yeah, I need to have it to fit width. Okay. Goody. 103.3, perform basic file management, right? So difficulty double than the last time. Copy, move, and remove files and directories individually. Copy multiple files and directories recursively. Remove files and directories recursively. This is pretty easy. Use simple and advanced wildcard specifications in commands. The laptop your PDF is running on has a 900p resolution. On which screen would that be? Like 13 inches? Using find to locate and act on files based on type, size, or time. Okay, this is the interesting part here. Usage of tar, cpio, and dd. Ooh, 900p and at 17 inches. And the PDF is 150. Okay. Big enough, I would say. This screen here with my PDF is 19 inches, but it's 5 by 4. So it could be comparable to the height as yours, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. Actually, the height is actually much bigger than yours, yeah, because it's 5:4 aspect ratio, yeah. But the width, not sure. Okay, let's go to the actual stuff. Introduction. Everything in Linux is a file, so knowing how to manipulate them is very important. In this lesson, we shall cover basic operations on files. In general, as a Linux user, you will be called upon to navigate through the file system, copy files from one location to another, and delete files. We shall also cover the commands associated with file management. A file is an entity that stores data and programs. It consists of content and metadata, file size, owner, creation date, permissions. Files are organized in directories. A directory is a file that stores other files. I actually never thought of a directory to be like a file. That's kind of odd. That's kind of odd way to think about it. I mean, I can understand it, but still it's a little bit odd. The different types of files include regular files, which store data and programs, directories, which contain other files, special files, which are used for input and output. Of course, other kinds of files exist, but are beyond the scope of this lesson. Later, we shall discuss how to identify these different file types. Zoran says a zip file is a file that contains other files, not a folder or directory. Yeah, tell that to the PDF. But I'm sure that they mean, where is it? From the perspective of a file system. Okie dokie, manipulating files. Using ls to list files. The ls command is one of the most important command line tools you should learn in order to navigate the file system. In its basic form, ls will list file and directory names only, right? So this is the example. Let's go ahead and what was I doing here? Nothing smart. Okay, let's go to a temporary folder and do the list here, right? So we have some crap, temporary crap here. Nothing important, right? But we can list the contents of the file of this directory with ls, right? When used with -l, referred to as long listing format, it shows file or directory permissions, owner, size, modified date, time, and name, right? So let's do that as well, just to see how it looks. Goody, goody, goody. Okay, so these guys are very long. We're going to switch to a different folder very soon to to get it to fit on the screen, right? But yeah, permissions, owner, and the date, time, and stuff like that, right? What else was there? What else was there? The first character in the output indicates the file type. Dash for a regular file. Okay, so dash here for a regular file. D for a directory, right? D for a directory. D for a directory. C for a special file. So we have one here that starts with S. This means suid, like it has an executable bit set to super user. So when you run it as as a normal user, it will actually execute as a super user. This is not mentioned here, but I suppose it's not, it's out of the scope of this lesson. I'm just mentioning because it's in front of my eyes. However, we need another one that starts with a C for a special file, and I bet we can find something like that in dev folder. Yeah. So let's say our TTYs, right? They are all C kinds of files, right? Also, we have something starting with B. These are block devices. Maybe I shouldn't go that far, but it's relatively easy to remember those, right? What else do we have here? L as a link, right? But yeah, the first character tells us what this is. Actually, maybe Iceblade92. Hello back. Maybe I was wrong on this super user bit. Let me check that. Make directory test. Let's go to test. Okay, let's touch some crap. Okay, list read. Okay, so this file has read and write flags on the owner of this file, which is Dart, right? So if we do this sudo chmod plus s on the crap, so we have now changed the executable bit to be the super user one, right? Oh, it's listed here. Okay, it's listed here. Okay, so my mistake, and good thing that I have fixed myself. So the first character being S is not actually the suite bit. It's over here. It's over here, the suite bit. So let's remove it. Let's remove it. Remove the suite bit, and now we have a normal file once again, right? To show the file sizes in a human readable format, add the option human, right? Okay. So we have had something like bytes here or whatever, and we still have bytes. But maybe if we go into the temporary folder, we still have just small files, right? Maybe we can go to, where do we have bigger files? Maybe in the bin folder. Okay, user bin, maybe there. Okay, here we go, 100 kilobytes. We don't have anything bigger here. But it is what it is, okay. Oh, megabytes here, 2 megabytes. 2 megabytes without the human readable format, we will only get bytes, right? So human readable format is fairly useful, right? Var log. Okay, let's do that. Var log. Small files again. Pacman log is the biggest one over here. Iceblade dash is a file and L is a link. Yeah, correct. Deji Beldani away from keyboard. Okay. To list all files, including the hidden ones that start with the dot, use the -a option. Okay, so I suppose we can do the LHA. Just as a fun fact, LHA is an archiver like zip, rar, bzip2, or stuff like that. This one was most commonly used on Amiga computers. I used this one for So many times. So many times. Yes, yes, yes. This is a big folder. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Yeah, we're not going to scroll to the top. Let's go to var log. Nothing hidden here. Temporary folder. Oh, okay, we have something hidden here. Some Vivaldi stuff, X11 stuff, and shit like that. Okie dokie. Configuration files such as bash history, which are by default hidden, are now visible. In general, the ls command syntax is given by ls options and then file, where options are any of the options shown previously. To view all the possible options, run man ls, right? And file is the name of the file or directories details you wish to list, right? When file is not specified, the current directory is implied. So what this means is that you can list the details of particular file, right? It doesn't have to be the contents of the directory. You want something specific, like let's go back to, we already are at our test. We have some LHA, right? So we have our file here, but we can just list the content, I mean the specifications of this file and nothing else. It doesn't show the rest of it, the rest of the folder. Also, we wanted to do the man ls, right? So dash a is not to ignore the entries starting with dot. Dash capital A is almost all, which actually I see the first time now. Do not list implied. Oh, I understand. Do not list the current folder and the parent folder, right? So when I did this, it actually listed the current folder and the parent folder and all of the files in the folder, right? So we can touch something, right? And when we do the list everything here, right, we get everything. But if we do the capital A, I expect it would omit the first two, which is the current folder and the parent folder, right? So we only get the contents of the current folder. Man ls, let's see what else is over there. It's always interesting to use the opportunity of these lessons. Nothing is really stopping me from reading all of these random manuals on my own time. It's just that for some reason I never do that. I'm always focused on getting something done, and this something usually means that I need to study something specific that will bring me closer to the goal of, reaching my goal, right? Doing something that I have assigned to myself as a task. I never really do a random manual like ls command. Why would you list the manual for the ls command when this is something that every one of us knows how it works, right? But you can see here there is something that I didn't know that it existed. So it's kind of good to read these random manuals, every now and then, to keep it in the back of your head that there was that other option, right, that maybe could give us something more. You know what I mean? If you want to have a prettier ls, install exa and make some aliases. Easy to skip something when looking for a solution. Yeah, I mean, you can always do the I was going to say color, but it's already doing the color thing. Author with -l, print the author of each file. Okay, what the hell does this mean? Oh, there are 3 darts now. Interesting. I have had no idea that the Linux file system, I suppose, is doing this, is remembering who has initially created a file. This is quite something. Owner, then maker, then user. I don't know. Sudo touch root file. Sudo open dart root file. Oh crap, I forgot the outer stuff. No, actually no, because root has created this file because I did it with sudo, right? This makes sense. And then I changed the owner and the group to Dart, but for some reason, root is no longer the creator of the file. No, it is the author. I just don't know what the author actually means. I suppose we are going to find out sooner or later. It is interesting. With print the author of each file. I don't know. With the -L, scale sizes by size when printing them. See size format below. Scale sizes by size. Block size equals size. I don't actually know what do they mean by this. Ignore backups. Do not list implied entries ending with tilde. So this was actually useful for the Joe editor. Joe editor always created a backup file whenever you would save something. I also think Emacs does this as well, creates the tilde files, right? So this could be interesting to list the contents of the directory without cluttering the view with the backup files, right? -C sort by and show ctime, time of last change of file status information. Time of last change of file status information. Okay, let's try -C. Let's just add C here. Crap root file something. Crap root file something. Oh, this is for columns. Okay. Columns make sense, but we'll see where this leads. Color. Okay, you know what color is. Directory list directories themselves, not their content. Okay, so you can list directories ls -lb. Okay, so we have the current directory, or maybe we can do it in etc. How does that work? Maybe like this. No, I'm confused. If I do What about just D? It's just, I don't get it. List directories themselves. I suppose when you want... okay, I understand now. I understand. Because when you do the, for example, the details, right? It will give you the details of the contents of the directory, right? But you want just the information about the directory itself, right? So add the D, so you don't have to scroll up among the clutter, because you only need to understand the data about the actual directory and not the contents. Okay, so what else was there? Generate output designed for Emacs. Okay, let's see how that looks. Oh, Dired. I have no clue what Dired is. Maybe we can ask. Where are we here? Here, actually. Dired is a file management feature in Emacs. Yeah, whatever. That allows you to list, copy, delete, rename, and move files and directories efficiently. It provides a visual interface for file operations, making it easier to manage files compared to using shell commands. I did not get my answer, because if this is Dired, then I may be a bit confused. Dired makes an Emacs buffer containing a listing of a directory and optionally some of its subdirectories as well. You can use the normal Emacs commands to move around in this buffer and special Dired commands to operate on the listed files. Okay, this is getting into Emacs territory. I don't want to make this lesson an Emacs lesson. We can, but I don't want to. It will derail us far too far away. Where were we? Why are we here? How did we get here? Oh, we switched to the main pages. Silly me, silly me. Man pages. See how short my memory is, like a fish. File type. Append indicator to entries. Likewise, accept do not depend. Format word. We're going to fast forward a little bit. Full time. Like -L. Time style full ISO. But do not list the owner. Group directories first, group directories before files. No group. In a long listing, don't print group names. Okay, if you don't need to know the group names. Human readable, yeah. Likewise, but uses powers of 1000, not 1024. Okay. Follow symbolic links listed on the command line. Follow each command line symbolic link that points to a directory. So the ls command is so powerful that there is no way we can learn just this one command in the 5 hours today. I'm not even kidding. There is so much to digest here and test each individual option here. So we're gonna have to skip it. I mean the ls command. Do not list implied entries matching shell pattern. Hyperlink file names. Indicator style. Append indicator with style word to entry names. Okay, I know it. Print the index number of each file. Do not list implied entries matching shell pattern. KB bytes. Default to 124 byte blocks for file system usage. Used only with -s and paired directory totals, right? So you can switch from kilobytes to KB if that's your thing, right? If you need a different conversion format. Use a long listing format. When showing file information for a symbolic link, show information for the file. The link references rather than for the link itself. Ah, okay. So follow the link. Follow the link to where it actually leads. Fill with the comma separated list of entries -m. Okay, this is kind of interesting. -m. Ooh. And if we add columns, now we don't have -m anymore. Yeah, it's drowned with the capital C. Okay, so we can comma separate the contents of the folder. Man ls. Okie dokie. Human readable L. We were here somewhere. EB bytes. L. Numeric. Goodbye. Numeric user ID, group ID, like -l, but list numeric user and group IDs. Okay, so if you don't want to print Dart, you can print 1000 instead. Iceblade, wait, would that command work to make like a comma separated value file? Well, no, it wouldn't, because CSV file is usually like a spreadsheet, right? It has rows and columns, right? So in the CSV file, the columns are those separated by commas, right? But you have multiple rows. However, in this case, you only got one row with a lot of shit just separated with commas. So this can't be used to create a comma separated file, CSV file. This is, I don't know where would you use this. Maybe, I mean, you can maybe if you would list multiple folders, but I'm not sure what would you get with that. If you would list multiple folders and redirect this to a CSV file, you would get one line, then another line for a different folder, and then another line for a third folder. But the columns wouldn't really mean anything, right? Because it would just be a you know, there wouldn't be a column called an owner, you know, or something. We would need a way to, if you would want to make a comma separated value, you would need to force ls to comma separate the long listing format somehow, right? So, okay, we do the lm and we get everything comma separated, right? But when we do it just the L, right, we get all of the columns, right? Killed my OBS. Demlan trap, maybe column for each folder and its content. No, that doesn't make sense either. You will not get anything. So basically it would be a text file with one single line, yeah. Maybe if we could separate these columns with the with comma, then it would make sense. But the problem is, you know, if I add m here, then I lose all of the details, right? Details are gone. So it's like M eats L. Maybe we can put L after M. No. No, it's just the one that comes after kind of eats the one that arrived the first. Right? So this is basically dash L, right? If you put M in front, nothing changes because L kind of ate it. But yeah, let's go ahead and see what else is there. Print entry names without quoting, but like L, but do not list group information. Okay. Append indicator to directories. Okay. Print question mark instead of non-graphic characters. Okay. Show non-graphics characters as is. Enclose entry names in double quotes. Use quoting style word. Okay, reverse order while sorting. List subdirectories recursively. This is kind of fun. Let's add R. Right, so you get the list of all of the folders, right? Recursively. I'm scrolling back down to the bottom, right? So for every one of these, it's kind of cool. Size. Print the allocated size of each file in blocks. Sort by file size, largest first. Okay, this is kind of useful. Pretty useful in everyday life. Change default name, sort word. Okay. Time equals word. Select which timestamp used to display or sort. Access time, a time, access, use, metadata, change time. Okay, a lot of time manipulation here. Time date format with L, C time style. Sort by time, newest first. Okay, this is also useful to list what was the last thing created, like dash T, right? Is this today? Yeah, it is. Okay, new files onwards to the old files. So the oldest file that I have is from July 7 in the edit directory. Oh, that's 2020. Yeah, I know. This is the oldest file. No, it's not. This is kind of perplexing. I have installed this operating system like in July, I think, last year. Zoran says list AA folder to CSV. Yeah, okay. I was thinking if we could do if we could ask ls just to create comma separated files, you know. Of course you can do whatever you want, right? That's a long way of doing it. Yeah. I mean, you can do whatever you want in Linux, right? So Unix, whatever. But I was just wondering if ls can do it on its own. Good stuff, Zoran, for practicing. Love it. Just love it. It has no CSV output. Yeah. Recursive. Sort by time. Tab size. Assume tab stops. Assume tab stops at each columns instead of 8. Okay. With LT, sort by and show access time. Okay, do not sort directory entries. Natural sort of version numbers within text. Set output width to columns. 0 means no limit. List entries by lines instead of by columns. We will try -x. Sort alphabetically by entry extension. Print any security contents of each file. List one file per line. Oh, okay. Yeah, nothing special. We have messages on Neko Arch Linux. This room was replaced for the following reason. This room has been replaced. The room name is... What is the name of this room? Show more. Go to replacement room. Arch guys are doing something funny. Okay. When used with -L refer to long listing format, it shows file or directory permissions, owner, size, modified date, time, and name. Okay, we passed through all of that. And ls-a, including the hidden files, right? All of the files. Configuration files such as bash, .bash history and stuff like that are now visible. In general, the ls command syntax is given by ls options file, where options are any of the options shown previously, and file is the name of the file or directory details you wish to list. When file is not specified, the current directory is implied. So here we are before we started reading the manual. Creating, copying, moving, and deleting files. Creating files with touch. The touch command is the easiest way to create new empty files. You can also use it to change the timestamps. Example, modification time of existing files and directories. The syntax for using the touch is touch options and then file or file names. File or files. Without any options, touch would create new files for any file names that are supplied as arguments, provided that files with such names do not already exist. Touch can create any number of files simultaneously. So touch file 1, file 2, file 3, right? So we can do that here, right? And then we have 3 files, right? So the let's just check one thing. Root file was created at 1922, right? So if we touch a root file, and now it is 1945. So this is actually the modification time, right? This is kind of useful to touch a file if you don't have the need to change it, but you do want it to show that you did something to it, right? So you can change the modification time. by touching it, right? Several touch options are specifically designed to allow the user to change the timestamps for files. For example, the -A option changes only the access time, while the -M option changes only the modification time. The use of both options together changes the access and also the modification times to the current time. So touch AM file 3. I'm not sure what happens if I touch it without any. Maybe both of them are applied, right? If I do this. Miroslav, welcome in and thank you very much for the 5. Off topic, you use IMAP very often, Mislav says. Sorry if I said Miroslav. It's a habit that cannot be taken out of the brain so easily. Yeah. I mean, I know what you're referring to my video from yesterday, right? I also use IMAP. It's just that I am trying to kind of minimize my digital life. And by minimize, I don't really consider too many, what is the word? What is the word when you give something and you lose something? Compromise, right? I don't mean that switching away from IMAP would give me too much compromise, because I actually want to. I wouldn't say that I want to live like Stallman does, but I kind of long for the good old days when we just downloaded our emails like once per day when we get home. I think I can do that again. It's just one of my wishes to get rid of as many modern stuff as I can without losing on any of the really useful functionality, right? We will see. We will see how that goes in the long run. I'm still using, a normal graphical email client, which synchronizes with the server via IMAP, right? But I'm also working on my own email server. So once I'm done with my own email server, then, then I'm going to start thinking about how to deal with all of that, right? How to deal with fetching my mail. Because when I started working with email, my very beginnings of email, I didn't have internet at home. Mobile phones did not exist. Not smartphones, mobile phones did not exist. Well, basically, I would come to the university, use a dumb terminal that had a resolution of 80 by 25, not pixels, but characters. And we would just, read our mail there. Basically, you would log into the machine which holds your mailbox file, and you would work on the mailbox file. You wouldn't. We weren't actually using POP back then. IMAP wasn't a thing. POP, I think, was a thing, but nobody really used POP protocol because how would you do it, right? Because email arrives on the server on which you are, right? So you just read the email. It's already there. You don't have to fetch it. It's already in your mailbox locally, but you have to physically get to the server, right? Zoran, instead of doing touch file 1, file 2, file 3, try touch file and then in brackets 1, 2, 3. Okay. Like a range From number 1 to number 3. Yeah, 1 to 99. Nice. We can. What did you say? Try file and then 1 to 3. Okay. Touch brain 1 to 10. Okay, we have 10 brains. We have 10 brains now. Good. Good, very useful. Copying files. As a Linux user, you will often copy files from one location to another. Almost like new CPU. Yeah, exactly. Whether it is moving a music file from one directory to another or a system file, use cp for all copy tasks. Copy file 1 into the directory 2, right? Actually, if I do this, it will only rename the file. It will only rename the file, right? So this is now a file called directory 2. Zoran is lazy. He uses Midnight Commander. Okay. Midnight Commander is cool. There is nothing lazy about it when you need to shuffle a lot of stuff. Iceblade is going for a break. Okay. It's not time yet, but I will allow it. I use double commander. Okay. Does such a thing exist even? This command can be literally interpreted as copy file 1 into the directory 2. The result is the presence of file 1 inside directory 2. Not in our case though. For this command to be executed successfully, file 1 should be existent in the user's current directory. Otherwise, system reports an error with the message "no such file or directory." In this case, observe that the path to file 1 is more explicit. The source path can be expressed either as a relative or absolute path. Relative paths are given in reference to a specific directory, while I would say a current directory, while absolute paths are not given with a reference. Below, we shall further clarify this notion. For the moment, just observe that this command copies file 1 into the directory 2. The path to file 1 is given with more detail since the user is currently not located in directory 1. Okay, so they are copying from home, frank, documents, and then taking file 2 into home, frank, documents, and then backup. So this is kind of important. It sounds like they are trying to copy this file called file 2 into this directory called backup, right? But if this directory doesn't exist, then file 2 will actually get copied successfully. It just won't get copied to the unexisting directory. It will be copied to this directory, and it will be renamed from the file name file2 to the new file name called backup. In this third case, file 2 located at home frank documents is copied into the directory home frank documents backup, right? So that's what they're trying to do. The source path provided here is absolute. In the two examples above, the source paths are relative. When a path starts with the character slash, it is an absolute path. Otherwise, it is a relative path. Zoran says double commander is for GUI and midnight commander is for command line interface. There is another KD something commander, I think not maintained for a while. I forgot the exact name. Commander, what was the name? Commander, I have no clue. System. I forgot the name of the KD GUI commander. Help, internet, multimedia, office, utilities. I have too much crap. Crusader? Yeah, that one. Oops. Yeah, this one. Crusader. Version 2.9.0. Yeah, a little bit unmaintained. Alexis says that's why one should use -t in order to not have an issue with the destination. Okay, let's define the command. Where is T? There we go. Target directory. Copy all source arguments into directory. So basically the command will fail if there is no if the destination is not a directory. Where were we? In this third case, file 2 located. Okay. We're here. The general syntax for CP is CP options source destination. Of course, very easily understandable. Source is the file to copy, and destination the directory into which the file would be copied. Source and destination can be specified either as absolute or relative paths. Moving files with a MV or MV, just like CP for copying or cp, Linux provides a command for moving and renaming files. It's called mv or maybe move. The move operation is analog to the cut and paste operation you generally perform through a graphical user interface. If you wish to move a file into a new location, use move in the following way. Move file name into a destination directory. Here is an example. Move my file into home frank documents, right? So we can do the make directory test, right? So we have a test, and then we can move something into test, right? So now we don't have something here anymore, but we do have something inside the test folder. That was quite easy, right? The result is that my file.txt is moved into the destination home frank documents. To rename a file, mv is used in the following way. Move old file name, new file name, right? So the only difference between moving a file from the current folder to a different folder, to a child folder, the difference from that and from renaming is the fact that the destination folder actually doesn't exist, right? So let's touch something again. Touch something again, right? So we now have something here again. But if we rm minus rf test, right? So we remove the folder test. So now it no longer exists here. And I'm going up, 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 up. And now we are going to move something into the test folder, which doesn't exist, right? So what just happened is that we have renamed the something to test. Simple, right? This changes the name of the file from old file name to new file name. By default, mv would not seek your confirmation. Technically said, would not prompt if you wish to overwrite or rename an existing file. However, you can allow the system to prompt by using the option -I. You can also do this stuff as aliases, right? In your bash rc or similar configuration files. Let's say that we want to move -I crap new crap, right? Was it not supposed to ask me? Man move -I interactive. It did supposed to ask me, didn't it? Zoran says it's better to know the basic tools and then use tools like Midnight Commander. Well, I mean, yeah. Oh, it's only for when it's overwriting. Okay. Let's then overwrite with... How did I do that? Okay, whatever. Move brain. Actually, we need -I here. Move -I brain into new crap. Oh, we need brain 1. Brain 1. Oh, so now it asks us to overwrite. Well, yeah, we do want to overwrite. Maybe we can alias move equals move-I, right? So if we do the move brain 8 into, I don't know, new crap, right? Now it asks us to overwrite. Okay, good. So this is kind of a good way to put in your bash rc file if you want to kind of protect the system from yourself, I suppose, and from some of the mistakes that you might do. You can do this with the remove command, rm, and stuff like that. So basically to do a little bit of safekeeping, if that's a word. I have often seen, I'm not sure if that was on Debian, but on some systems I have seen the root user having these, where is it? Where is my alias? Yeah, here. So the root user sometimes has these aliases set up like this because root is the almighty. So you definitely want to have a little bit of safety on that user. I mean, if you're sure into yourself, then of course don't bother. But it's it is a way to do stuff, right? Okay. This command would ask the user's permission before overwriting old file name to new file name. Conversely, using the -F would forcefully overwrite the file without asking any permission. Okay, new file into old file into new file without any permissions. Deleting files with rm. rm is used to delete files, like remove the file. Think of it as an abbreviated form of the word remove. Note that the action of removing a file is usually irreversible, thus this command should be used with caution. Remove file 1, okay? Remove brain 10. And now we no longer have brain 10. If we add -i, but not brain 10, because we no longer have that one, let's do the brain 9, right? So now it's asking for confirmation. Yes, let's remove brain 9. This command will delete file 1 with the -i. It will give us a warning. This command would request the users for confirmation before deleting file 1. Remember, we saw the -i option when using mv above. Remove -f file 1. This command forcefully deletes file 1 without seeking your confirmation, right? So this doesn't make much sense, I think, unless you have the alias for -i, because if you just do the rm on the file 1, it will remove it, but if you remove it forcefully, right, file 2, it will do the same, right? However, if you do the alias rm equals rm-i, yeah, okay, so now when you remove something like new crap, it will ask you for the confirmation, right? But if you're scripting something and then you just want to force it, right? So you can just force it to get no confirmation, no matter that you have this alias, right? So I think the force is more useful when you have this setup, but maybe there is another case. Zoran says to remove French language file from your system, you can remove -rf. You made a mistake. You should have typed -fr. That was a missed opportunity on your end. I mean, everyone knows this joke, but even then, you kind of screwed it up. Okay, fix your French. I think I'm going to get sick tomorrow or tonight. My daughter was sick like 2 days ago, and now I'm starting to get some throat pain. You know, the specific throat pain when you're about to get a season flu or something like that. Filcon, hi. Hi back to you. Welcome in. It's the 6th season. Yeah, I know. I will need to go to work tomorrow. I borrowed a car from work. I need to give it back. So we'll see how it works for me. Multiple files can be deleted at the same time, right? So that's obvious, right? In this example, file 1, 2, and 3 are deleted simultaneously. The syntax for rm is generally given by rm options and then the file on which we are working on. Creating and deleting directories. Creating directories with the make directory, right? Creating directories is critical to organizing your files and folders. Files may be grouped together in a logical way by keeping them inside a directory. To create a directory, use make directory. Okay, Zoran. Make directory options, directory name. where directory name is the name of the directory to be created. Any number of directories can be created simultaneously, right? So we can make directory like 3 of them. Directory 2 already exists. File exists, okay. But we did create directory 1 and directory 2. So let's do the directory 1 to, I don't know, 12. And now it should create 10 directories and complain about 2 of them? 3 of them. Okay, right. Okay. So now it created 7 directories. Okay. The preceding command would create 3 directories, directory 1, 2, and 3 at the same time. To create a directory together with its subdirectories, use the option -p for parents. Okay, so this command is pretty useful and you are going to stumble on this one very often, right? So if you want to create, I don't know, you're doing a new configuration and you know that you're going to put a new document inside, let's make directory documents, right? And then you are making like, I don't know, my job and I don't know, 2024, right? And then we are going to touch a file inside documents, my job 2024, a file, right? You know what I just did? I think it's quite obvious, right? So we now created a file inside this folder, right? But remove the rem-ref documents, right? So we have removed the documents folder. But now what you can do is you can make directory -p, right? With all of the parents. So basically you're creating just the directory called 2025. Okay. We are skipping the first 2, which will be automatically created with -p. So there we go. And now you can just touch the file inside this recursively created directory, right? So you use the -p when you want to make sure. This is maybe useful more for scripting than for regular usage, but it's good for both. In scripting, you will want to make a certain directory hierarchy, and you will want to make sure that a particular directory exists no matter if the parents exist or not. So you will simply create all of them if they don't exist with the -p. Pretty useful switch that is. Iceblade says, yeah. Make directory parents children. Yeah, this command would create the directory structure parents children. It would create the directories parent and okay. Removing directories with the remove directory, right? Remove directory deletes a directory if it is empty. If it is empty. The syntax is given: remove directory, options, directory. So let's give it a go, right? Remove directory, dir 3, right? It's gone, right? But if we try to do that on documents, it will not work because it is not empty. Del Anderson asks, what happens with make directory if directory already exists with contents? Nothing. It will continue doing what it is supposed to do. It will create parents if needed. That's all. The p command is if doesn't exist, make them all. If they exist, then there is no need to make them, right? It just makes sure that you get what you need. That's all. Where directory could be a single argument or a list of arguments, right? Remove directory, directory 1. This command would delete directory 1. This one would delete 2 of the directories at once. You may remove a directory with its subdirectory, like this. This would remove the directory structure parents and children. Note that if any of the directories are not empty, they will not be deleted. Okay, so this one is a little bit funky. Right, let's give it a try. This will not work at all. Remove directory dash p documents. So what this will do basically nothing, right? Directory not empty, because it is what it is, right? We would need to remove the file in the last folder in order to recursively delete all of the directories, right? That's the only way to do it. Of course, there are other commands which can override all of that, but just the remove directory is working on basically empty folders. I'm not sure if it has any special switches to override that. Man, Ramadir. Remove fail on non-empty, so pretty safe. I was asking for manual file backup scripting purposes. Yeah, that's a good use case. Remove directory and its ancestors. Okay, remove is similar to remove ABA, whatever. Verbose output diagnostics for every directory processed. But basically, that's what it is, right? EV, right? So it just stopped immediately on the first one because it's not empty, and that's it. But we only asked it to remove the one. And at that moment, MC is useful. Stand on the root, hit F8 to delete, and then confirm deletion. Yeah, but you can't script with MC, so... Iceblade asks then how you remove a directory full of useless files. With rm command, rm. To manipulate a directory and its contents, you need to apply a recursion. Recursion means do an action and repeat that action all down the directory tree. In Linux, the option -r or -R or --recursive are generally associated with recursion. The following scenario would help you better understand the recursion. You list the contents of a directory students, which contain 2 subdirectories, level 1 and level 2, and the file named Frank. By applying recursion, the ls command would list the content of students example level 1 and level 2 and Frank, but would not end there. It would equally enter subdirectories level 1 and level 2 and list their contents and so on down the directory tree, right? So we can list with -r, like ls-r, and inside the documents, right? So inside documents, we have my job. Inside documents, my job, we have 2025. And inside documents, my job 2025, we have a file. Iceblade, we are going to reach the solution for your question pretty soon. Okay, in the listing above, my directory, including all its contents, are listed. You can observe my directory contains the subdirectory new directory and the file 1. The new directory is empty, so this is why no content is shown. In general, to list the contents of a directory, including its subdirectories, use whatever we just used. adding a trailing slash to the directory name has no effect, right? If you do it like this or this, basically if you press tab, it will autocomplete with the slash, you know, so if you just press tab, it will always add slash in the end, but you don't really have to do that. You can remove the slash. Recursive copy. Let's answer Iceblade's question, right? So if you remove directory Iceblade that is called documents, you cannot remove it because it's empty. If you try to remove it recursively, you cannot remove it because such a switch doesn't work on the command rm, right? On the command remove directory. If you try to remove the directory documents, you cannot remove it because rm works on files while documents is a directory. And finally, we get to something really funky, which is not so funky at all, but you just have to remember it. You will use the command rm to delete recursively the documents folder. You just need to add -r or capital R. I always forget these, but basically you want to delete it, and sometimes you will have to force delete stuff, right? So let's try with just R. So do you want to descend into directory documents? Yes. Do you want to descend into directory documents my job? Yes. Do you want to descend into directory? This is because I added -i to the remove function in the aliases, right? So now it's asking for every descension, right? So now it's asking whether I want to remove the file which it reached, right? So now it's going back. Do you now want to remove the folder, right? So now we are going back one more step. Do you want to remove this folder? Yes. Do you want to remove this folder? And yes, we are indeed done. We now no longer have the documents folder. So now let's create make directory documents something else blah. Okay. Oh, I forgot the -p. -p. Okay, so now we've created a bunch of subfolders, and let's now touch something inside all of these folders. Be very careful with this. Okay, so rm would mostly be used send remove directory. Don't have that function. Did you show creation of the alias for rm? Yeah. Cut dot zsh history. Oh, sorry. Dot zsh history. And grep rm equals. Okay. This is what I did. This is what I did like, I don't know, half an hour ago. However, let's go to Midnight Commander, right? So now we have document folder. Inside document folder, we have something. Inside something, we have something else. Inside something else, we have blah. And inside blah, we have something like a file, right? So we exit Midnight Commander, right? And we can remove dash, or let's remove the French language, yeah, and the documents, right? So what happens now? You just press enter, and voila, everything is recursively removed like it never existed previously. Why? Because R is recursively, and force is to force through all of it with no questions asked. And this is pretty dangerous as a command. I'm just saying it is one of the probably not the most dangerous command on Linux, but it's a pretty dangerous one to use the dash F in the combination with recursively, because if you do this on the slash folder while being root, it's not going to end up very well. It is not going to ask you anything. If you do not have elevated rights to admin, it is safer, I suppose, yeah. Iceblade says, if you don't give file or directory, will it remove everything in working directory? No, it will not remove anything. Look, rm-rf, it removes nothing. It just sits there. You didn't tell it what to delete, right? You have to tell it what to delete. So you're now recursively forcing to delete nothing. So we just sit here. Okay, so not super dangerous, depending on how you use it, right? It's not, Dell says it's not a secure delete, however, correct? Just removes the file names, doesn't wipe. No, it doesn't wipe the drive. This is just a file system command, right? It orders the file system to unlink the contents of the file from the file system table, right? And Deji Beldani is correct. Shred does that. The remove only tells the file system to unlink the file from the known existence, but the actual contents of the file stays on the drive untouched. It's just marked as free space now, right? It's not actually deleted, but it is free space, and eventually it will get overwritten. Well, Iceblade, what I just said, it's the file system tracks where each file is, basically, yeah. So you can, by using these commands, you basically tell the file system to basically to forget that this file exists. That's how I would put it, right? Okay, still very frustrating and game over, basically. But yeah, I mean, you want to delete the file, you delete the file. Yeah. It is what it is, right? That's why you have backups or snapshots and stuff like that. You can use some file systems that support snapshots. Will shred zero out every bit? We can check. On the CLI, you can install trash CLI to restore files, I suppose. Man shred, right? Overwrite a file to hide its contents and optionally delete it. Overwrite the specified file repeatedly in order to make it harder for even very expensive hardware probing to recover the data. what is trash CLI? That sounds a lot like intercepting the remove command and doing the copy to a special folder, right? So it doesn't actually delete it, yeah? It just moves it elsewhere. It sounds a lot like it would just intercept my remove command. I add a final overwrite with zeros to hide shredding. Interesting. Let's give it a try. Trash CLI, right? Pacman dash install trash CLI. Is that just an intercept script like links, or is it a daemon? Now I'm starting to wonder. Sudo system control start trash. There is nothing starting with trash, so let's see. Remove directory 2. Yes. So trash. Oh, trash remove. Trash list. Oh, there is nothing here. You have to make your own aliases for that. Trash remove file tree. Okay, now we used the trash remove command to remove file tree, right? And then trash list. Nothing. Okay, what about trash restore? No files trashed from current directory. That's incorrect. I just trashed something from this directory. Trash. This trash command is trash. Sudo pacman dash remove trash CLI. Trash is trash. No, I don't like it. I'm disappointed. cp-r or capital R or recursive allows you to copy a directory together with all its subdirectories and files. I think you removed the memory of file before you typed restore. I don't think I did. Look, I did trash remove file tree, and then I did trash list, and there was nothing there. And then I tried to restore, and it said there is nothing in the current folder that can be restored. How GUI application trash cans work? Pretty similar. They move the file, they move the file to a special folder, and they just remember which path it came from, right? That's pretty much it. It doesn't really delete the file, it just moves it to another folder. You just pretend that the file is deleted, but instead you move it to you move it to trash and you keep it in trash. What is kind of special for the GUI trash folder is that usually you can set it to have the certain maximum amount in size, right? So if you make it like 1 gigabyte large as a maximum, then you can put 1 gigabyte of shit in there, and when you delete more, then you move more files into it, and the oldest files get actually deleted, right? So it kind of gives you a buffer in case you change your mind in regards to recently moved files, right? Dejibel says Gaio is installed in regular LMD E6 already, I found out. What is Gaio? It's in garbage. It's in garbage can. It's in garbage can, but garbage truck didn't pick it up yet. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. 3. 3 might not be installed. Sudo pacman 3. Okay, now we have 3. Good. So the 3 command lists the contents of our folder as a 3. Let me see that command when we made a lot of folders. Oh crap, not that one. It's the one next to it. Okay, and let's do the 3 now, right? So now we have this. Also, we can do this and then 3 again, right? So now we list the everything that branches out as kids from the current folder. So 3 is kind of nice. Okay, so copy with -r, you can copy the entire directory, right? So if you want to copy directory document into another directory, let's say directory 6, right? So we can't really do that, right? If we try to do that, it will complain that it can't just copy a directory, it must be a file, right? So you press enter and it can't work in this way, right? But if you do it recursively, then it will go through everything inside this folder and copy all of it to directory 6, right? So when you do the 3, now you will see that inside directory 6, we now have the document that we copied over from here to here recursively with everything that was inside, right? So that was the command copy recursively. Pretty easy, but if you didn't do it previously, then it's a tiny little bit of practice, because sometimes you would expect that copy file can copy the entire contents of the folder, but usually Unix commands are pretty simple in their essence, and you have to add switches to make them more complex, I suppose. I still don't know what Gaio is. But you can install 3 on Debian as well, I'm pretty sure. Let's see it. SSH Potiech. Right, so now I am on Debian, just like you are. 3, there is no command 3. Sudo apt install tree on Debian. Right? Yeah, there is tree here, right? Just type tree, apt install tree on your Debian, and you will get it. I mean, LMD, Gaia provides some bash-like commands. Okay. Okay, I still don't know what that is. GNOME Input-Output is a library in Linux that provides a modern interface for accessing files and directories, both locally and remotely, through a consistent API. It is a part of GNOME project and is designed to simplify file operations compared to older systems like GNOME VFS. Or is it this? This is the same thing, right? So good that developers prefer it over raw POSIX calls. Low-level system library for the GNOME shell. So if you're programming, you may want to use the libraries for file management instead of using the POSIX stuff, right? Or just running the core utilities. I'm not a programmer, but I can I can wrap my brain around this. I can understand why would you use just libraries. I mean, it's a lot cleaner. It has a command line utility called Gaia. So why would I need that? I'm still struggling. Not found here. Okay, let's go to Debian again. Unless it's already installed. Gaia? Nope. Okay, we are kind of wasting time here on something probably not important. Gaia is only for those who want it. Yeah, okay, I agree with that. I agree with that. In the listing above, we observe that trying to copy my directory into new copy using cp without -r, the system displays the message omitting directory, my directory, right? However, by adding option -r, all the contents of my directory, including itself, are copied into new copy. So that's what we did earlier. To copy directories and subdirectories, use -r for doing it recursively from the source to the destination. Recursive deletion with the remove -r. Remove -r will remove a directory and all its contents, subdirectories and files. Alexis says Gaia is using GVFS and therefore can also work with SFTP, FTP, WebDAV, etc. It's also using DG standards, including trash location and format. But yeah, I mean, it still sounds like something I would need if I was making a program, right? Iceblade says that his question was in the PDF. Of course it was, but we are always one step ahead of the PDF, which is kind of cool. Okay, uzmi ključeve. Bye. How would you trash a file from a command line? You can't put it in GNOME trash from a command line, I suppose. But if you're making a GUI application, I am pretty sure that you will want to use the libraries in that case. Yeah. I just received a dog. Be very careful with either the -r or the option combination of rf when used with the remove command. You can use that Gaia utility, and since it's using standard trash, it can be used in any desktop environment. Ah, okay. I'm trying to wrap my head around where would I want to use it. If I'm not a programmer who is making an application, right? Why would I use Gaia tools instead of regular core utils? It's in package called libglib. Okay. A recursive remove command on an important system directory could render the system unusable. Employ the recursive remove command only when absolutely certain that the contents of a directory are safe to remove from a computer. So you got warned here. In trying to delete a directory without using -r, the system would report an error, right? Cannot remove because it is a directory. You have to add the recursive command for the deletion to take effect. You may be wondering why we do not use the remove directory in this case. There is a subtle difference between the two commands. Remove directory would succeed in deleting only if the given directory is empty, whereas remove recursively can be used irrespective of whether this directory is empty or not. Add the option -i to seek confirmation before the file is deleted, right? So remove -ri, add my directory, and then it will ask you all of these questions like we demonstrated like 20 minutes ago. File globing and wildcards. File globing is a feature provided by the Unix Linux shell to represent multiple file names by using special characters called wildcards. Wildcards are essentially symbols which may be used to substitute for one or more characters. They allow, for example, to show all the files that start with the letter A or all files that end with the letters .conf. Wildcards are very useful as they can be used with common with commands such as copy, list, remove. The following are some examples of file globing. I have actually never heard of this particular term, globing. I kind of wonder what it means usually. I know what it does, but I didn't know about the word. File globing is a method used in computing to match file names using wildcard characters. It allows users to specify patterns to select multiple patterns that share common characteristics. But still, the globing part is kind of weird. The term globing may sound unusual, but it originates from the word glob, which means to group or collect. I haven't heard of this word either. In the contents of file system, globing refers to the process of expanding wildcard patterns into a list of matching file names. While it might not be a common term used outside of computing, it has become standard jargon in programming and shell scripting. If you have any specific questions about it or its usage, feel free to ask. I'm just being honest. The term glob in computing refers to a pattern matching. Okay, it's just repeating itself. Dale Anderson also didn't hear of globing before in this context. Huh. Quite interesting, isn't it? And you are a native English speaker, so I would think that you would hear about this word before I did. Okay, so we are globing or globbing with two B's. I suppose then it's globbing. So we're globbing the files, right? We can remove all of them at once. We can list every file that contains any character, like here. We can we can do it like I don't know, list dir anything, I suppose, or just the directories themselves, right? Or maybe we can do the question mark, right? So now we omitted the last two because we only asked for just one character after the directory, right? But if we put two question marks, then we will get only these because of course we will, right? So there you have it, right? You get what you ask for. We can remove everything that starts from A to Z, and then, remove all directories whose name starts with the letter, basically, right? Or just use directory zvezdica or star. I don't know. That's regex. Maybe. Remove everything from A to Z. Everything that starts with a letter, right? With a letter and has IR in the name and I don't know, 1 and then question mark. So this should delete just these three folders here, 10, 11, and 12. No matches found. How come? Oh, the small caps. Sorry. A to Z. Yeah, now it works. Now it works, but these are directories, right? So we can't just remove them. We can do the remove directory. And now we killed them. So now we only have the ones that have the single digit number in their name. Types of wildcards. There are 3 characters that can be used as wildcards in Linux. Asterisk, which represents 0, 1 or more occurrences of any character. Question mark, which represents a single occurrence of any character. Bracketed characters, which represents any occurrence of the characters enclosed in the square brackets. It is possible to use different types of characters, whether numbers, letters, other special characters. For example, the expression 0 to 9 matches all digits. The asterisk matches 0, 1 or more occurrences of any character. For example, find /home -name asterisk.png, right? So we can find any PNG file inside the home directory. Falcon asks, do the square brackets use ASCII for checking which is first and last? I don't understand the question. Do these brackets use ASCII for checking which is first and last? I'm not sure what that means. Square brackets? You mean? Oh, we can try that. I mean, we can do it like from A to capital Z, right? No matches found. Let's put asterisk here. No matches found. Yeah, this doesn't work. Apparently, you can't do that. Because if it would do what you think it would do, it would definitely match something that starts with a letter, right? So this doesn't work. And Z to A, that kind of doesn't make any sense. I mean, whether you delete it in this direction or this direction, it will delete all of it, right? So no matches from Z to A. I was wrong. I was wrong. So if you go from A to Z, and now we, now we are matching. So you can't go backwards. Now it works, but doesn't work backwards. Okay, find /home -name PNG, right? Let's not find PNGs. Let's find, I don't know, asterisk G asterisk in the etc folder, right? So we are finding inside the etc folder everything that has a G in its name, right? And we kind of didn't find anything. Let's do the A, right? Path must precede expression. Possible unquoted pattern. Oh, now it works with quotes. Let's add the G. Yeah, now it works. Interesting. But why would this work? Right? So if we do asterisk dot conf, see, it doesn't match. No match is found. No match is found, but if we quote everything, then it does match everything that ends with conf. So either this example is wrong or I am the one who is doing something wrong. So let's try manual with the find command, right? Expression here. Expression, next. I mean, it's always good to add quotes. I'm just wondering why the PDF didn't do that. Oh, there we go. File name matches regular expression pattern. This is a match on the whole path, not a search. For example, to match a file named foobar3, you can use the regular expression this or this, but not this. The regular expressions understood by find are by default Emacs regular expressions, but this can be changed with the regex type option. But yeah, obviously you need quotes. Obviously you need quotes to match something. With the wildcards, right? So this command is broken in the PDF. Similarly, list lpic dash asterisk.txt not found, which is logical. Okay. What if we list brain asterisk? Now it works here. Yeah. For list, no problem, but for find in the current folder dash name brain asterisk. So once again, this doesn't work, but if we add single or double quotes, then it works, right? Will the aliases you set up persist on the next session, since not in .bash rc? As the Damland trap already answered, they will not persist. You have to set them up each time when you start a session. And by what I mean by each time is if you put them in bash rc, they will get set up, each time, because bash rc gets executed on the start of your session. So you need to put them there. This would list all text files that starts with the characters lpic a dash followed by any number of characters and end with .txt, right? The asterisk wildcard can be used to manipulate, copy, delete, or move all the content of a directory, right? So copy recursively everything from the folder animal, right, into the forest, right? So in this example, all of the contents of the animal folder is copied into the forest, right? So if we remove the asterisk here, just the asterisk, then we get what we did like half an hour ago. Then we are basically copying the entirety of this folder inside the forest. So we will then have forest/animal/ whatever it is inside the animal folder. But if we add the asterisk at the end, then we are copying everything that is in the animal folder into the forest folder. So the forest folder will not contain the folder called animal if we add the asterisk here, right? In general, to copy all the contents of a directory, we use the copy recursively source path /* destination path, right? So that's basically the same as above. Where source path can be omitted if we are already in the required directory, right? So the asterisk, just as any other wildcard, could be used repeatedly in the same command and at any position. Remove anything that contains the ATE characters together. File name prefixed with 0, 1, or more occurrence of any character followed by the letters ATE and ending with 0, 1, or more occurrence of any other character will be removed. Adele Anderson is asking, can we do this with the move? Recursively move contents of one directory to another. Yes. Absolutely yes. There is absolutely no reason why move wouldn't behave exactly the same as copy in this case. So the answer is yes. Move asterisk, like everything, into somewhere. The question mark matches a single occurrence of a character. Consider the listing this. To return only the files that start with L, followed by any single character and the characters st.txt, we use the question mark wildcard, right? So we list anything that kind of sounds like list, but we don't know what the second character is. So it is going to list all of the last files, all of the last files, all of the list files, right? Quite self-explanatory what a single question mark does. Yeah, similarly, if you use two question marks, then you help yourself with replacing two unknown characters while you're searching, listing, or whatever you're doing, right? Removing. But yeah, pretty easy to understand. At this at this point of time, I am already having like a ball, like a ping pong ball in my throat. But I think we can. I think we can do the entirety of the lesson successfully. May become a little bit painful for the throat, but we'll see how it goes. The bracketed wildcards matches any occurrence of the characters enclosed in the square brackets. So list L and the second character being any of the A, E, or F, right? And ending with the st.txt, right? So the bracket, the angled bracket, or whatever this is called, contains, well, just one character being any of these three, right? So we are giving it a chance to find anything for us that has the second. You understand what I'm saying, right? This command would list all files starting with L, followed by any of the characters in the set A, E, F, right? And ending with whatever it remains. The square brackets could also take ranges, right? So what we did earlier before, right? So it can be any of the characters from A to Z. This outputs all the files names starting with L followed by any lowercase letter in the range from A to Z and ending with whatever. Multiple ranges could also be applied in the square brackets, right? So you can do the student dash anything from 0 to 9 and anything to from A to Z. So the listing shows a school directory with a list of registered students. To list only those students whose registration number meets the following criteria. Begins with student dash, right? Student dash, followed by a number and an uppercase character, right? So it must be a number and an uppercase character. So this is one character replacement. This is a second character replacement. So this is not or. And it ends with whatever it ends. Combining wildcards. Wildcards can be combined as in ls lists everything and ls plf question mark st asterisk lists a whole bunch of things, right? So this is one character, but it must match one of these characters, right? This is a second character which must match anything. Then we must match S and T, right? And then we match whatever it remains in the end. The first wildcard component, PLF in the square brackets, matches any of the characters P, L, or F. The second wildcard component, question mark, matches any single character, right? So as I said, in this folder, ls f asterisk and then 0 to 9.txt means that it will match anything after f, but anything meaning it must end with a number .txt, right? If it doesn't match, if it doesn't end with a number .txt, then this asterisk will not do much, right? I just got a message from work, so that's kind of important sometimes. Ooh. My boss just sent me something funny. Add to download to device. I'm gonna show you what my boss just sent me. Yeah, my boss just sent me this. It is not a car, it's GNU/Linux-Libre/car. No rear view mirror, have a stuffed GNU instead. You choose the doors, or as I've started calling it, GNU plus Linux-Libre plus car. Windows are bloated, so we don't have any windows. Oil bad, solar panels good. Okay. It is not that fast, but I can improve it when I want for free. Build it yourself and save money. Enjoy your this is spelled wrong. Enjoy your proprietary Tesla Spider. If it breaks, you fix it. Keep it simple and stupid philosophy, and the license plates are kind of non-pronounceable on YouTube. Thanks, boss. Not sure if the boss is watching this, but thanks. No, my boss uses Debian. We in our company there is global culture that basically every single person in our company, at least in the whole of the IT department, right? The sales guys are not into geek jokes, but entirety of the IT department laughs at Mac users. Like literally, it's nobody understands why would anyone ever want to use a Mac. It just doesn't make any sense to any of us. I mean, you could put yourself into the shoes of a Mac user, but it generally doesn't make too much sense. Sales team full of Mac users? No, no, no. Everyone uses ThinkPads. The entire company is ThinkPads only. Okay, I feel like we slowed down a little bit, but it's getting interesting. The previous command displays all files that begin with the letter F, followed by any set of letters. Oh, I actually didn't press the like on the message that I got. Okay, now I did. People that don't use much technology and are old, in my country, those people are very poor and they don't have, they can't afford something like that. The most common computer in my country would be a laptop PC, roughly around 500 euros brand new, often 400 euros. But let's say that we become a little bit richer than before, and now I think 500 euros is like a golden standard for a brand new computer, a brand new laptop, right? We were never fast in the first place. That's true. That's true. Guided. Oh, what do you know? What do you know? Maybe there's part two. We will see. Can you guys check if there's part two after this, or are we done? Consider the listing below. List. Yeah. Okay. What does the character? Oh, we here already. Oh, we'll see. Let's see how we do with the answers, and then we will know how we did. What does the character D represent in the output? There is part two? Okay, Philcon, thank you. Then we have to speed up. D is for directory. Correct, Iceblade. Good. What are the sizes? Why are the sizes given in human readable format? Why? Why? Daimler trap is correct. Okay. What would be the difference in the output if ls was used with no argument? So just ls with no argument. What would then happen with the output? Just names, Iceblade says. Philcon says in bytes. That's incorrect. Iceblade is correct. Yeah. Yeah, Demlen trap is a little bit more correct, but basically what Iceblade says is also correct. What does the character D represent? We already read all that. Consider the command below. Copy home frank emp name home frank backup. What would happen to the file emp name if this command is executed successfully? I think this is a trick question, and the PDF did not think it through, because two outcomes are possible. Iceblade says file would be named backup at new location. And Demlen trap says it would copy file to backup folder if it exists. Filcon says it would be copied to home backup or home backup emp name. I mean, all three of you are correct. It's just that Filcon did a fuller answer. No, I mean, all three of you are correct. It's just that the first two answers were if this, then this, right? By judging by how the PDF has taught us that this works, I would expect within the answers that the answer will say that the file emp name will be copied to inside the backup directory, right? So they are assuming that we have a backup directory. That's what I think. But you know, we are better than the PDF. Yeah, we are all the same. We are all the same, and we are all better than PDF. If emp, oh, now we are getting somewhere. If emp name was a directory, right? What option should be added to copy to execute the command? Filcon says -r for recursive. This is correct. If cp is now changed to mv, what results do you expect? Yeah, recursive, yeah, but let's go to the next one. We got this one right. So if we do the move, if we move this to there, what would happen? Maybe it's both small and big. So Daimler Trap says it would rename directory to directory backup, right? If it doesn't exist. But they probably think that it will get moved inside the backup directory because I think they think that the backup directory exists. All of you are correct, in my opinion. It's just that the PDF is the PDF didn't define the scenario properly. Consider this listing, which I mean that there would be no file left in the original folder. Yeah, that's correct. Which wildcard would help to delete all the contents of this directory? This is kind of easy. Iceblade is correct, but there is an easier way. Daimler trap is correct, but there is an easier way. Iceblade is now finally correct. I mean, the final form of the correctness. Based on the previous listing, right? What files would be displayed by the following command? All four of them. Correct, Iceblade. 1, 2, 3, 4. Complete the command by adding the appropriate digits and characters in the square brackets that would list all the content above. So, list file and then what comes inside the square brackets in order to list all of this. 1 to 4 says Iceblade, which is correct. Damland rep would add more numbers, which is also correct. I mean, Iceblade is a little bit more specific, so if I would be the one who is scoring and giving points, I would give Iceblade more points because he made it as specific as needed, right? He didn't include something that would. It depends on the case, right? It depends on what you're doing and what is it that you're expecting in the future. 1-4 sounds better to me, but 0 to 9 works as well. Both of them are giving the same result. In your home directory, create the files called dog and cat. Okay. There we go. We are inside some kind of a folder called home, and we touched a dog and the cat. Still in your home directory, create the directory called animal. Make directory animal. Move dog and cat into animal. Okay. Move dog. How do we do that? I'm not sure if we can move multiple files. Let's see. Man move. If I do the move like dog and cat and then animal, I think this command would complain with an error because we are trying to move a dog into a cat and then we have one word extra, right? So this will fail. Or it didn't fail. Okay, I was wrong. You actually can. But this command is too smart. This command is too smart, so you can move multiple files into one destination. Alexis says it will not exit with an error. Still better use -t. Okay, for the folder. Okay. Go to the documents folder found in your home directory and inside create the directory backup. Documents folder in your home directory. Okay. Mkdir documents backup, right? -p. Okay, and now copy animal and its contents into backup. copy -r animal into the documents backup. Okay. Rename animal in backup to animal backup. Move documents backup animal into documents backup animal backup. The home LPI databases directory doesn't contain anything because we haven't created it. Makdir home LPI databases. Directory calls many files, which includes db1, db2, and db3. Okay. Touch LPI databases. This won't work. Let's go to cd LPI databases. Now touch these three guys here. What did I do? Oh, okay, I see what I did. Right, okay. Yeah, that would probably work. Which single command can you use to list only the files mentioned above? Only the files mentioned above. Do they mean these files? I mean, okay, let's remove the let's remove all of them. Yeah. What the hell happened? I don't know. Let's touch them again. Touch db like this one to, I don't know, 60, right? What did I do? What did I do wrong? Ah, the dots. Sorry. Okay. Okay. 1 to 60. Iceblade was right. Okay. So the question was, which single command can you use to list only the files mentioned above? So db1, 2, and 3, right? So let's just list db dash 1 to 3, and then whatever star comes in. No. Ah, yeah, that won't work because we have double digits here. One, two, three, right? So I suppose the dot have to come here. Is there a better way to do this? It depends on the scenario, right? It depends on what you have inside the folder. Yeah, this is true, right? But they didn't specify um, what do we have inside this folder. I can only assume that they have something similar to this, right? The Emland trap, yeah, but still, it depends on. It still depends on the scenario, right? Actually, it doesn't. Yeah, the Emland. Wait, who was it? Dale Anderson. Yeah, Dell was actually the first one. Yeah, so this is how we are making sure to catch only the ones that are targets without the need to think about whatever else there is in the folder. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Consider the listing. This with the use of a single globing character, what command would remove only the PDF files? Which command would only remove the PDF files? Everyone says remove star.pdf. But I am considering this listing here, and okay, I am considering only this listing here. So you guys says I can remove remove asterisk dot pdf, right? So why not just do the asterisk f and say yes, yes. Iceblade is also correct. I mean, the dot is being counted as a character. No, it's fine. Asterisk PDF, perfectly fine. It depends on. It depends if you want to remove only the actual PDF types of files that usually ends. The file name usually ends with PDF. Then all of you are more correct than I am. It's just that in this particular listing, you can do it with just one letter, but it's not the most correct way. Okay, summary answers. What does the character D represent? D identifies a directory. Why are the sizes in human format? Because -h. What would be the difference if only the ls was used? Directory and file names would be provided only with no details. Consider this. What would happen to the file emp name if this command is executed successfully? Emp name would be copied into backup, right? So how do you guys read this? Into backup. Do you read this as a two meanings? Can this sentence mean that the destination is backup as in it goes into the folder backup, or if it's not folder, it still goes into backup, but it's a file then, right? So this sentence kind of, you know, emp name would be copied into backup, right? Backup is a directory folder. Dale Anderson says, but we don't know if it's a directory. The PDF didn't say that. I knew that they think that it is a directory. I'm just saying that they didn't specify. But the way this sentence is phrased, like this word here, it says into backup. This can mean that the file has went into the backup folder, but if there is no backup folder, this sentence is still correct, I think, because the file is copied, into backup as a new file name, right? I don't know. It sounds okay to me in both cases. In both cases, this particular grammar seems accurate. Dell says that I'm wrong about grammar. Okay, but this is what I said earlier when we were. As. Okay. Okay, I understand. So I knew that they are, assuming that this is a folder. So it's all good. We got it better than the PDF thought that we could do it. If emp name was a directory, what option should be added to cp to execute the command? We need the -r for recursive. If cp is now changed into mv, what results do you expect? Emp name would be moved into backup. It would no longer be present inside the home directory of user Frank. Consider this listing, right? Which wildcard would help to delete all of the contents of the directory? Just asterisk, okay? I don't know who said this, but it's just asterisk. Based on the previous listing, what files would be displayed by the following command? All of them, since the asterisk character represents any number of characters. Complete the command. Okay, so Dale Anderson was correct. I think it was Dell who was correct about 0 to 9, while Iceblade said 1 to 4. But, oh, it was Demland Trap. Okay, sorry about that. But you know what I meant, right? Iceblade gave a correct answer, but not in the way that this PDF wanted it to be. The PDF is mean, mean. Answers to exploration. Touch dog and a cat, make directory animal, move dog and a cat with -t, as Alexei said, into animal, right? So this is a precaution. Rude, yeah. Change directory into documents, make directory backup. Copy animal. Oh, this doesn't work. See, the PDF is wrong once again. When I did it, I didn't enter the documents folder. First and foremost, because I didn't have it. I just made a directory with -p and then documents/backup, right? But in their case, they who already have the documents folder, they could also do the same command as I did. Make directory -p and then documents/backup, no matter that documents already exist. What they did is 2 steps to do the same thing that I did in 1 step. And what else they did wrong is now they are inside the documents folder and they are now trying to copy the animal, which isn't actually in the documents folder. They are located inside the documents folder, but the animal is located in the home folder. So this command doesn't actually work in their case because they are located in the wrong folder. Yeah, they should have put // here. Rename animal in the backup to animal backup. Move animal to animal backup. Yeah, but still not good. They should have cd to directory backup first. If they want to be entirely correct, right? I am scoring, I'm giving a score to the PDF, right? So the PDF is going to get a low score today. Demlin trap, yeah, correct. The home LPI databases directory contains many files which include this. Which single command can you use to list only the files mentioned, right? So whoever typed that was obviously correct. I kind of made it too vague. Consider this listing. With the use of a single globbing character, what command would remove only the PDF files? And everyone was correct instead of me. Not instead of me, but besides me. Besides me. Lesson 2. Okay. We're going to take a break of, let's say, 5 minutes. I need a break of 5 minutes. Can we do that somehow? Let's go to programming, and I have countdown. Actually, not minutes. 60. We need. Can we do this into seconds? I'm not sure if I'm doing it right. Pet. Is this even working? I don't think it is. Now it's working, but that's not what we want. Actually, it's fine. I said 5 minutes, right? I'm getting stupid. Okay, where is the countdown? There we go. Now it works, but it's on the wrong spot. Okay, that's our break. Up here. Okay. I need to walk my feet. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab, I don't know, something, and be back in a minute. When this ends, we continue. You can talk in chat. Sound works? Yeah. I will start. That's fine with you guys. I grabbed something to eat quickly. Zoran says, I hate find. I like locate. I grew up on locate. It works like magic. It doesn't ship with modern Linux systems, unfortunately, but I liked it. As you use your machine, files progressively grow in a number and size. Sometimes it becomes difficult to locate a particular file. Fortunately, Linux provides find to quickly search and locate files. Find uses the following syntax. So, find from where we are starting, right? Because we are doing, we may be doing it recursively, right? Options, right? And then expression. Starting path defines the directory where the search begins. Options controls the behavior and adds specific criteria to optimize the search process. Expression defines the search query, right? So what we are searching for. So for example, find in the current directory all of the names matching myfile.txt. The starting path in this case is the current directory. The option dash name specified that the search is based on the name of the file. myfile.txt is the name of the file to search. When using the file globing, be sure to include the expression in quotation marks, unlike this very current PDF has previously showed us, right? So find in the directory home dash slash frank dash name under quotation marks asterisk dot png, right? So we are looking for PNG files in the home folder of Frank. So he has. Does this really work like that without telling it to search recursively? I don't think that. Maybe I'm wrong. But I always used find with the dash R for recursively because otherwise it wouldn't go into pictures. You know? Let's try it. So, for example, ls dash opt, we cannot access this. Okay, let's sudo dash I. Let me just check. Slash opt, right? No, sorry. We are on Pacman. Whatever. Never mind. Let's go to slash. What do we have here? For example, in ls samba private directory denied xdg. I'm just looking for something, right? Okay, we have. Let's go with this file, Cleopatra something. Okay, so it's in xdg, right? So we are now in etc folder, right? Print working directory. So let's find in the current folder dash name and then put Cleopatra under here. Oh, so it actually does work recursively without using the dash R. Okay, why did I use dash R for so many times and so many years? Alexis says find needs dash depth to not search recursively. Also, you have to stop it for going recursively. I'm pretty sure this is how I always did it. Unknown predicate, okay. Then find dot. Maybe it doesn't have it. I was kind of sure that I did that. I don't know. Brain fog moment. All good. Thank you for helping. Maybe I did it with locate. No, locate I used just the locate space and the word. And that's it. That's how I used it. Pretty much always. I just wanted to know where a certain file is. Though locate has a limitation that it needs a database, right? And you have to configure it. Which folders do you want it to index, actually, right? So it doesn't locate everything everywhere. I don't know why it's no longer bundled with the distributions. This command finds all of the PNGs, right? Okay, using criteria to speed search. Grep. Okay. Use find to locate files based on type, size, or time, right? By specifying one or more options, the desired results are obtained in less time. Switches to finding files based on type include dash type F to just search for files, just search for directories, and just search for links, right? So let's find dot type directory dash name example. I don't believe that there will be an example folder in the etc folder, but we can try. So there is no folder of such name, but if we narrow it down just to letter E, strange. I would expect a folder that contains, oh, yeah. I see what I did here, right? So there we have it. Yeah, okay. It works. We can find only folders that have EX in the name, right? That works. I'm not much of a bash scripting specialist, which is kind of obvious, but I did make enough of the personally useful bash scripts, and each time that I want to do something, I keep digging, from scratch into the manual and the quick help of every command that I would need, and eventually I managed to assemble it in the way I want it to work, right? But my workflow is always like this, right? I think something should work like something, and I'm kind of speeding, and then I realize, no, it's not like that. Yeah, I need to do it this way, okay. And then I assemble it all into a bash script or whatever I'm doing. But usually there is a lot of trial and error going on with the way that I did, the way that I do stuff, right? So whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't know, but that's how I function. I suppose with enough practice, there is less, research needed after the muscle memory takes over. The name performs a search based on a given name. Search is based on the name, however, the case is not important, right? So the my file is similar to my file. So you can do the I name if you don't care about the case. What is the difference between a dash and two dashes? Where did you see that? There is no two dashes here. I mean, sometimes there is a switch. Decibel Dani, I'm so sorry, I got to go. Thank you very much for. Thank you very much. Good night, everybody. Okay, good night, Decibel Dani. In general software, Philcon, it's just switches, right? Some switches are, for Daimler Trap, two dashes are for single argument and one are for combined. You're actually correct. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't even thought of that. But yeah, one dash can combine multiple letters, multiple arguments, which is something that we actually did today without even thinking about it. Falcon says not the other way around. Other way around would be kind of kinky, Look, ls does this, right? So ls dash l does the details, right? And ls with la, these are now two arguments, right? For example, let's do the this folder is too big. Let's go back to temporary test folder, right? ls dash la is two arguments at once, right? But you can also use it like this, dash l and dash a separate, right? And it will work the same thing, but you don't really need to make them separate. However, you said why not the other way around? Because if you do the man ls, you will see that dash a is dash dash all, and dash l is just a long listing format, right? There isn't a long version of it, right? So if you do the dash dash all, right, ls dash dash all, it will work the same as dash a, right? This is the same command. But if you want to do the dash dash all and just add the second argument L to it, it will, not work. But if you do this, then it will work. Seems very inconsistent. I don't think it is. I don't think it's inconsistent because, one letter, one dash, and then you can combine them. Because how would you combine two words with, if you start with two dashes, how do you combine two words? It's kind of cluttered, right? I think they want us to combine those arguments which exist as just one letter, right? I think that's Alexei says it's inconsistent because different programs interpret them differently. Uh, is that what he meant? I thought that he was asking about the inconsistency in how one dash behaves versus two dashes. GCC, which is using single dash for long options. And find too. Ah, I see now. I see what you mean now, yeah? I never really thought about it. I all my life I used the ls command with the set of switches behind just one dash and never really thought about it. You just add them more and more, right? I didn't think about is it a standard or not. It's just how ls works. That's how I processed it in my head. This is the freedom of Linux, yeah, to make stuff not work the same. Iceblade, probably not. More spam on Twitch. Nice. It's the same with config files. Some programs put them in .config app name. Let's go further. I think we're good for now. So iname not returns those results that do not match the test case. Okay, so that's the reverse search of sorts. Max depth, how many searches the current directory as well as subdirectories and levels deep, right? So that's another speed limiter, right? Locating files by modification time. This is super interesting and super useful. Find also allows to filter a directory hierarchy based on when the file was modified, right? So you can do define. Why do we use sudo here? Let's try not to use sudo. And we are in our folder find. Oh, it's searching for this slash folder. Oh, searching for all of the config files. That's why it uses sudo, okay? Because it's using all of the directories in the file system. All of the conf files with mtime 7, right? Let's use sudo to see how that works. So it's kind of searching for the last 7 days, right? All of the config files changed in the last 7 days. Oh, it's still searching, right? Still searching, which you can see here, right? Load average is going up. Load average 188, 181. Now it just started searching on my network attached storage. I can hear it shuffling through my hard drives. It's not even the same computer, but it's now searching on a different computer which is mounted on this computer. And the load average is slightly going up. Yeah, okay, let's interrupt this. It will take a while. Bye-bye. This one here, right? This is a remote storage, but it's basically a local folder. So the search went into there. And the reason I know that it went into there because the hard drives on a different PC started scratching. This command would search for all the files in the entire system that end with the .conf and have been modified in the last 7 days. The command would require elevated privileges to access directories starting at the base of the system's directory structures, hence the use of sudo here. The argument passed to mtime represents the number of days since the file was last modified. Locating files by size. I mean, this is useful, maybe not for this particular scenario, right? But sometimes you will want to locate, I don't know, if you use email server, right? Maybe you want to know if any email arrived into the mailbox today. So you can, put the number 1 here and search if anything was changed in your mailbox today, right? And stuff like that. Locating files by size. Alexis says, I think it will find files modified exactly 7 days ago, not in the last 7 days. Okay. mtime 7. Man find mtime. mtime files data was last modified less than, more than, or exactly n times 24 hours. I'm a bit lost. M times 7. M times 7. So the file's data was last modified less than 7 days ago, or more than 7 days ago, or exactly 7 days ago. Can somebody translate this to human language? Dell Anderson is understanding why I asked for help. So you think that we need plus or minus to change the pattern? Okay. See the comments for dash a time. Where is dash a time? A time. Yeah. File was last accessed less than. Okay. When find figures out how many 24-hour periods ago the file was last accessed, any fractional part is ignored. So to match +1, a file has to have been accessed at least 2 days ago, right? So means more than 1, right? 1 plus. Okay, that makes sense, yeah. Zoran says just install some other third-party software. Maybe, but what if you don't have time to, install some other software, or you cannot, you have to make do with what you have, and usually it's just GNU core utils. Scroll up a bit. Yeah. Find can also locate files by size. For example, searching for files larger than 2 gigabytes in /var. Let's see what big we have. What is big that we have? Oh, we have one Olama model, 3 Olama models. Okay. We have Olama models. Oh, it should be only 2 of them. Interesting. Oh, blobs models. Ah, it is what it is. The find did its job. So this guy found virtual images, right? I don't have that on my PC, so no virtual images here. The dash size option displays files of sizes corresponding to the argument passed. Some example arguments include small caps B is bytes, K is kilobytes, dollar. Where does it say dollar? I don't see the word dollar here. Ah, I see it now. Okay. Nice one, nice one. Dale Anderson is going to like this one a lot. Dale, what do you think about the files taller than 100 kilobytes? Okay, sizes taller than 100 kilobytes it is. Why did they not use standard spelling for kilo or byte? What do you mean standards? They are using it. Small k is for bytes and large k is for actually you're correct. I was assuming stuff that it's actually not true. So k is kilobytes, b is bytes, m is megabytes, but it's already a caps lock. Yeah, I guess you have to remember how it works. I suppose if they did what you expected, then it would be two letters, right? It would be MB or MB caps, right? I think this is fine. To find empty files, we can use file of the size 0 bytes or find empty files. Let's see how many empty files do we have in our test folder, right? Why is there a dot here? Oh, all of the files are empty. We made a bunch of empty files. Standard information, SE for short. I hate KB bytes. Those confuse the hell out of me. Acting on the result set. Once a search is done, it is possible to perform an action on the resulting set by well, executing something, right? So we can find in the current folder some names that end with conf, and then we can execute changing the permissions on that. I actually don't understand the how does this work. Is this another regex here? I guess I'm going to have to start learning regex to understand all of this. So right, we have a lot of files here that are read and write for Dart user, and just read for the group, and just read for everyone else, right? So what we could do here, find dot dash empty, right? Find dot dash empty. Okay, that finds all empty files, and then we can execute changing. Let's say that Dart can still read and write to the files, right? The 6 is read write, and the group and everyone else will no longer be able to read the file, right? Because if we go back up, you can see that all of these things have read on the group and other, right? So these letters should vanish if this command works. Okay. So all of the brains are now inaccessible for the group members and everyone else. However, the directories were not affected. Only the empty files. Not a regex, the curly braces is substituted by object path, and semicolon sets the end of command for find. Oh, to chmod, sorry, wrong one. Okay. Mode of the text file changed from 0600 to 0666. Find command looks like writing actual programming language. I wouldn't say so, but it definitely has a lot of power to it. It's definitely, you know, a powerful command that can do all sorts of stuff. But yeah. Okay, this filters every object in the current directory right here, and below for file names ending with conf, and then executes the chmod command to modify file permissions on the results. For now, do not bother with the meaning of curly braces and the rest of it, as it will be discussed later, right? So this is a little bit counterintuitive for what I'm trying to do with this class, both for myself and for you guys. Do not bother with understanding how system works is kind of, not the best way for this PDF to talk to me. I'm just saying, right? So the curly braces, Alexei says, one more time. The curly braces is substituted by object path. Object path. How do we know that? I mean, do we find this in the manual of chmod? Or is it like a normal Unix shell? So this is a bash function or something like that. Like the same thing we did when we added curly braces and then number 2 dots and the second number. Try find dot access okay. There we go. Find dot dash access echo. This is. Will this even work without the quotes? Would you not put quotes here before and after? Okay, find in the current folder, I suppose everything because we didn't put the name. So we are finding everything recursively. And then we are echoing this is. So we found the local directory, we find the home, we found the home LPI, we found the home LPI databases, right? So these are the results. The curly braces are literally the results of the find command. It's using given command on each path returned from it. Yeah, basically the curly braces are the result of find, as I understand it. But in terms of executing, Oh, okay. It will require a couple more. I said object. Alexis said object path, not file path, because it could be a directory. I think I want to go back to this when we are done with the lesson. Just this. But I want to see that the lesson ends today, because sleeping and stuff. So then if there is time to go back to this one, it's kind of interesting. Using grep to filter for files based on content. Grep is used to search for occurrence of a keyword. Consider a situation where we are to find files based on content. Okay, so find in the current directory all of the files, so none of the directories and stuff like that. And then execute grep. How is this different than just using find and then piping it with grep? I guess we're going to find out. Okay, so we are using find on the current folder on all of the files and then executing the grep command by grepping for LPI on the results and then printing. I'm not sure if we have anything that matches. We don't, yeah, we don't. But we have some brains. Let's use the brains. Brains do not match. So because brains are folders, then no, they're files. With piping, it will grab file paths and will find it, will grab their contents. So it's brain, not brains. Ah, yeah. When I said we have some brains, I meant multiple brain files. Adele says grep is checking contents, not names. No, you're wrong. It's actually checking names as well. But something is wrong here. Maybe we need to use it differently. Grep. Maybe you're correct. I'm stupid here. Grep. We can't do that. Maybe it's just content and I'm stupid. Print lines that match patterns. Grep searches for pattern in each file. Pattern is one or more patterns separated. Oh, I thought wrong because I used it through pipe and I assumed stuff that's not true. It is quite saying that all the brain files we have are empty. Telling, yeah. Grep acts upon content. Should this be okay? None of won't work. Then this way. Oh, sorry. Cut brain 5. I wanted to cut it. Sorry. Use T. Well, I kind of got what I wanted, except I created more files. I didn't fill up the existing ones, but also created new ones as well. So I did prepare for the, use T. So find in the current folder, grep LPI. Was it LPI? Oh, under quotes. Okay. Grep LPI under quotes. It's probably ZSH. Huh. Okay. Okay, so what are we doing here? We are finding in the current folder all of the files, and then we are grabbing the contents of these files for the LPI. Well, we are matching LPI inside all of these files, and then we are printing out which files they are. So if we would use only grep, we can't use the grep because the find command is the one that is filtering out just the files. We can't really tell grep to use just the files, but then again, if we just grep everything, which will probably be just files, but it could be special files as well. So this one is more accurate here. Everything, and we just want LPI, right? Or like this. Oh yeah. So it's trying directories as well. With find, you can specify more complex search expressions. Yeah, that's what I'm saying as well. Yeah. So this is already more complex than grep alone can do, while find can do much more. You know, with the file sizes and dates and stuff that we already did. Del Anderson says, try the same command only with brain as grep argument again. Now that files are not empty, it will find nothing. You were correct, it will find nothing. We don't have the word brain inside any of the file, right? So you were correct. This would search every object. You weren't sure? Okay. This would search every object in the current directory hierarchy of the current folder that is a file. And then executes the command grep lpi for every file that satisfied the conditions. The files that match those conditions are printed on the screen with -print command. The curly braces are a placeholder for the find match results. The curly braces are enclosed in single quotes to avoid passing grep files with names containing special characters. Okay, let's read this one again. The curly braces are enclosed in single quotes to avoid passing grep files. Avoid passing grep files with names containing special characters. We got no brains. Daimler trap, yeah, we got no brains. The -exec command is terminated with a semicolon, which should be escaped to avoid interpretation by the shell. Okay, this is what got me confused. Why the backslash? Yeah. Okay, now I understand why the backslash. So quotes are for escaping the spaces. I don't think so. Containing special characters. Our spaces. Create a file with a space inside the name and try again without single quotes. Okay, and now we want to do the LPI. Oh, we can't. Echo LPI into 2 words, right? Okay, now we can do that. So we got 2 words with the quotes, right, as a file. And now we are going to remove the quotes, right? So now what happened now? Nothing. The result is the same. 2 words, 2 words. Maybe the space is not a special character. Maybe it's not special enough. I mean, let's move 2 words into special, I don't know, exclamation mark, right? So now the file has exclamation mark. And let's do it with the quotes again. Okay. So it kind of works nicely, right? And let's remove the quotes. Yeah, remove the quotes and it still works fine. I don't actually understand what we're doing. With or without the quotes, I get the same result, no matter if it's exclamation mark or space. Ouch, we got spacist right here. I don't know what the word spacist, like a person who is doing the spaces. To avoid passing grep files with names containing special characters. I don't know, but maybe we can just remember that quotes sometimes help to avoid certain problems, right? Adding the option -delete to the end of an expression would delete all files that match. This option should be used when you are certain that the results only match the files that you wish to delete. In the example below, find locates all the files in the hierarchy starting at the current directory, then deletes all files that end with the .back, right? So we don't have any back characters. Maybe we can make some touch backup.back, right? Seems pretty good. And then we are going to find all of these guys, right? Find dot dash name back dash delete, right? So we have basically deleted all of the backup files in a very complex way because that's the normal way to delete files, right? Archiving files. The tar command, archiving and compression. Are they, the tar command is not compressing anything. They are mistaken. The tar command, short for tape archiver, is used to create tar archives by converting a group of files into an archive. Archives are created so as to easily move or backup a group of files. Think of tar as a tool that creates a glue onto which files can be attached, grouped, and easily moved. Glue is a bit kinky, but I suppose it works as an analogy. tar also has the ability to extract tar archives, display a list of the files included in the archive, as well as add additional files to an existing archive. The tar command syntax is as follows. I mean, they're not wrong about the ability to compress, but the tar archive itself only archives, and then you have to add more switches which invoke gzip, bzip, and other the compression algorithms, right? I suppose they are built into tar. I know why I said that tar cannot compress, but you'll see what I mean. Tar also has the tar command syntax is as follows: tar operation and options, the archive name, and then files that go into the archive, like a little bit of a reverse thinking, right? So this is the destination and this is the source. Only one operation argument is allowed and required. The most frequently used operations are create, extract, or list. The most frequently used options are verbose, file equals archive name, specifies the archive file name. I haven't actually used this one ever. The archive name, the name of the archive, file names, space, separated list of file names to be extracted. If not provided, the entire archive is extracted. Okay, so you can just take out some of the files from the tar archive. Creating an archive, right? Let's say we have a directory named stuff in the current directory and we want to save it to a file named archive.tar. We would run the following command, right? tar-cvf archive.tar as a destination, and then we are picking up the stuff as a source directory, right? So V was verbose, C is to create an archive, right? And F is it's for allowing to specify the file name of the archive. Okay. I never even thought about the F. I just used it. This is not a very good way to learn. But yeah, let's do the what do we have here? Everything. Let's start CVF. And let's use everything that exists in the current folder. But the destination is destination.tar. Okay, so basically it told us what it had put into our tiny little where is it, destination.tar archive, right? So the file size is the 61 kilobytes, I would say. 60K, yeah, okay. 60K is the destination.tar. Okay, so there is another way to do this, but let's say that bzip 2 minus 9. So this is an archiver. And by using the -9, you're telling the archiver to use the strongest available compression. It will also be slowest to compress, but the file size will be the smallest possible. And then you do it just on the destination tar. And what this will do, it will compress this one file. And basically it will delete the source file and make a new one that ends with .tar.bzip2, right? Yeah. So Alexis says this is a compressor. Okay, so we now compress it and it's now kind of renamed, right? And if we do this command again, right? So we're no longer at 60 kilobytes, we're now below a single kilobyte, right? So we have compressed that tar file 60 more than 60 times, right? Okay, so the compressor did good. The compressor did good. What else we can do is use the same tar command as we used before, but we will name it destination2, okay? And we can use the B character to use the bzip compressor along with tar command, right? To compress it immediately, right? And I did it wrong. Why did I do it wrong? This shouldn't be wrong. What did I do wrong? Tar xvf is to decompress cvbf. Maybe the B goes here. No, C must be first. Then here. Let's try like this. ZCVF. I think I did it always like this. Yeah, now it works. Okay. But this is a different compressor. Okay. So destination2 is 2.5 kilobytes because it contains everything, including this file, you know, so automatically is bigger by this size. But also we didn't tell it how hard to compress. And also I used a weaker compressor software, right? So the Z is the gzip, and B would be the bzip. But I'm not sure why is it not working with B. Oh, I forgot something clearly. It should work with B. Which letter is for bzip 2? Bzip. Oh, J. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Long time. Sorry about that. Okay. Remove destination everything, and now let's just put the J here, right? So the position of the C letter doesn't really matter. You can just, to the best of my memory, you can just put the compressor first. But J is for bzip2 technology, and Z is for normal gzip or gzip, right? So there we have it, right? And once again, we got the file 934 kilobytes, even if we didn't say how hard to compress. Man tar, right? So let's go once again with the gzip, right? So there you have it. -z is gzip, gunzip, and gunzip, right? So this is the technology, gzip. This is one technology, and the J is a different kind of compressor, right? Alexis said it used to matter. Maybe it's modern tar. I I think you're not correct this time. I'm slowly recollecting how I did it before, and I think like since forever I did it like JXVF, JXVF. I think J was always my first letter, like since the dawn of the age when I used it. We could, in theory, I don't know, install Debian 1.3 and try it there. Okay, let's go on. Okay, so as we said, C is creating an archive, the V is verbose, so it will tell you what it is doing, right? What it is putting into archive or extracting from the archive. Also, the C is creating archive, and if you want to extract, then instead of C, you will put X for extract, right? This is for specifying a file name. So this is what we did. This is what we did already, right? We put stuff and some more stuff. Yeah, so if you want to extract the archive, you need to use the XVF, right? So XVF will extract the archive, right? However, when I made this archive, I used the bzip compressor, right? You can see the J here. And I named the file .tar, which is not good. I should have named it .tar.bz2. That's the right way to do it. This is wrong. What I did here is wrong. You need to put a normal, not a normal, but a recognizable extension so that people know that it is being compressed. Because now we have destination2.tar and people think it's not compressed. So they will try to use the, they will try to use the X for extract, V for verbose, and file to say destination2.tar. But since it's compressed and we are not using the decompressor, it should fail if I press enter now. And it didn't fail. So now we have to find out why didn't it fail. Is the new tar so smart? Bzip to destination2. Okay. Now it's definitely compressed. And let's rename it. Let's rename it just to confuse tar. And try to decompress it again. Extract it again. Now it looks like it's not. Yeah, this. Okay, so it wasn't actually compressed. So it wasn't actually compressed. This was supposed to happen when I did it the first time, right? So let me do that again. Remove destination.tar. And if we do it like this, right? So we are compressing into .tar everything, right? So this feels compressed to me, right? I was wondering if the header will tell me BZ. Would that mean that it's bzip? Okay, I mean, I did pass it a J letter, so this should be compressed, but with the wrong extension. So let's try to decompress it again. Okay, let's just start xvf destination, right? And once again, it decompressed properly. I don't understand it. Either the J doesn't work when compressing without giving it. Let's try like this. Do you guys even follow what I'm trying to do here? Because I'm kind of fighting with myself right now. Okay, let's do it again, but with the correct extension now. Tar yxv no ycvf. Okay, so compress and archive, right? Destination.tar.bz2 and then pick up everything, right? So now we have everything inside this file, and if we try to xvf destination, in my opinion, it shouldn't function, but it functions for some reason. Can tar do encryption too alongside compression? That question is wrong here. You got it. Maybe it can recognize compression type from header. I think I think I understand what happened here. If you use the bzip compression technology within the tar command, right? So you're using the internal bzip internal tar bzip. You know what I'm saying? There is bzip technology built inside tar. Maybe it works differently than external tar. External bzip. Let's put it to a test. Remove destination. Okay. But see what I'm doing. Tar ycvf dest dot tar, right? Dot bz2, whatever. Apparently the extension doesn't matter. And then let's put everything inside. Okay, so this is now compressed, fully compressed, no doubt about that, right? It's less than 1 kilobyte. And we do tar extract. Okay, we don't need verbose, let's just extract destination, and it did what we asked us. Okay, let's do the verbose so I can see that it's doing something, right? So it definitely extracts. And then let's remove this again, and let's do the tar cvf dest.tar. So we are not compressing this time. Okay, we are not compressing. We are just cowardly refusing to create an empty archive. Okay, because we are missing an asterisk. Okay, so this time we have 60 kilobytes, just packed file, and we are going to bzip to destination tar, right? So now it's compressed. And now if we do tar extract vf on the destination, now it will fail. Oh, it didn't fail. Oh, now I'm totally confused. Does it automatically just overwrite? Yeah, I think it does. Okay, so this time I compressed with external bzip, and it still manages to decompress without me specifying the letter J here, which is something that I always did in order to tell tar which is the decompression method required for this file. So apparently this works automatically. Okay. What if I move the destination file into a wrong you know, it's no longer .bz2, right? So tar xvf destination.tar, and it still works. I don't know why it works. You don't think extensions matter at all? I agree, but there is something that got me confused. Let me find it. Two things got me confused. First thing is that for 30 years of my life, I have specified the decompression method when I was decompressing tar.gz or tar.bz2 file. That was the first thing that got me confused because of my muscle memory. And the second thing that got me confused is when tar complained about... Now I can't find it anymore. Iceblade, yeah, that would be kind of a header in the file, right? The thing is, this is archived. This is compressed file, right? So the way I should decompress it is by putting J here, right? And then it works. If I explicitly put Z here for gunzip, now it should really fail. Now it should really fail because I am telling it explicitly to use the wrong decompressor, right? Finally. Okay, now we got something that we actually expected, at least me. Okay. I'm just surprised that the tar that I have is smarter than the one I learned tar on, right? Let me see tar dash version, right? So this is tar 1.35. Let's ask AI, right? Search brave.com. Okay. When I am decompressing file.tar.bz2, can I use the answer should be no. You cannot use XVF alone. because it does not specify the decompression utility for .bz2 files, right? You should use star xvjf, so you have to use j, although we have proved that we don't need to do that. But even the Brave AI thinks that I should use j, right? Okay. What if my star software is version GNU tar software is version, which one is it? 135, 1.35. Remains the same. Maybe older versions needed J. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find out. GNU tar changelog. Those AI algorithms are not really smart. Yeah, I know. Noteworthy changes, fixes. Okay. Changes. We have 135 on Arch. Let's go to Debian 12 just for a second. SSH Potier. Okay, we have tar version. Oh crap! It's too similar. I thought it would be a little bit lower version number, like 120 something. But we can try. I doubt there will be any change. Tar jcvf blah.tar.bz2 and then everything. Okay, blah, right? cd. Tar z no z xvf dot slash blah. Yeah, this one decompresses automatically as well. I don't have a system old enough to test this. Okay, this command, this extract the contents of the archive to a specific directory we use. I'm just saying, when you decompress a .zip2 file, you should know that J goes here if it's a zip2 file, and Z goes here if it's a gunzip file, right? That's at least clearly the new version of tar doesn't need that, but because it's obviously smart. But the older ones, I'm fairly sure that they need it. You do not have to use dash in tar command. No, not really. You can if you want. Sorry. J goes here. No. No such file or directory. Because it's bzip. Okay, sorry. You can put the dash here if you want. Same result. Okay. To extract the contents of the archive to a specific directory, we use the -c. tar xvf archive and send it into the temporary folder, right? Okay, so the way I do this is, it's obviously not the correct way, but I'm a bit stupid, so I just cd into the temp directory and then I do the an archive, right? But okay, you can send it to any destination with -c. This will extract the contents into the temporary directory. Okay, compressing with tar. The GNU tar command included with Linux distributions can create a .tar archive and then compress it with gzip or bzip2 compression in a single command, right? So for in order to do that, you do the -czvf name of the archive .tar.gz, and then you put stuff in there, right? This command would create a compressed file using the gzip algorithm. So that's the -z. While gzip compression is most frequently used to create tar.gz or tgz files, right? You can name them as this way if you want. tar also support bzip2 compression. This allows the creation of bzip2 compressed files, often named tarbz2 or tarbz or tbz files. Whatever you name them, it's clearly not that relevant unless for the human who is deciphering which switches to use, right, to decompress. To do so, we replace the -z for gzip with -j for bzip2, right? So you would then compress with compress jvf, right? And you put stuff into this. They only named it bz, but I usually put bz2 because I don't know why. To decompress the file, we replace C with X, right? X stands for extract. So they're using XZVF, right? So Z is the decompression method they are using. Zip is faster, but it generally compresses a bit less. So you get somewhere larger file. Bzip2 is slower, but it compresses a bit more. So we get a somewhat smaller file in general, though gzip and bzip2 are practically the same thing and both work similarly. Alternatively, we may apply gzip or bzip2 compression using gzip command or for gzip compression and bzip command for bzip compressions. For example, to apply gzip compression, use just gzip and a file to compress, right? So why is this like this? Because gzip can only compress one file. It cannot compress more files. I can show it to you, right? In this folder, we have, where are we now? Temporary folder. don't go here. Let's go to our folder. Oh, we are on the Debian system, right? Okay. So what I wanted to show you, bzip, right? bzip2, let's work on brain 3, right? If you work on brain 3, what we got is a compressed version of brain 3, right? So it replaces the original with the compressed version, right? If we would do the bzip2 on the brain 5 and brain 7, right? This will work. This will work. However, what we got here is that brain 5 is one archive and brain 7 is a different archive, right? So it archives each individual files. If you do bzip2 on the entirety of this folder, what is going to happen, right? It's basically going to compress each and every file individually. So it cannot create, it cannot do what tar does. Tar does one thing, it creates a ball of a lot of files, as they said, glued together, right? But it's not compressed. And then you use the compressor to compress the ball to be a smaller ball. That's I guess they're friends, right? Tar and the duo compressors, right? So you need to use them together if you want to accomplish a result. Zip is a different kind of beast and other formats, right? Oh, it replaced file unlike tar. Yeah, it replaces, right? So you can do unzip, right, and do that on all of the files, and it will simply decompress all of them into how they were before I did the thing, right? So it just decompressed all of them with one single small command, right? It left the tar one, right? Previously it was destination.tar.bzip2, so this one was compressed. It has decompressed it, right? But it left the tar ball, right? This is a tar ball, literally. That's how it's called. Because bunzip does not work with tar files. It leaves that to the tar command, but it's pretty simple, right? Xzip creates compressed files with the same name but with a .gz ending. Gzip removes the original files after creating a compressed file. The bzip2 command works the same way. It wasn't double compressed before. Nope, just once compressed. Why do you think that it was double compressed? But tar is not compression. See? No. Tar does not. The tar on its own does not compress files. It only puts them together into one file. That's all. Yeah, what Alexei said needs to distinguish between archiving and compressing. Yeah. Okay. Now it works. Okay. Let's archive equals bundle of files. Yeah. A tar ball. cpio stands for copy in, copy out. It is used to process archive files such as, what is the time anyways? Oh, we're close to midnight. It is used to process archive files such as asterisk.cpio or or asterisk.tar files. cpio performs the following operations: copying files to an archive. Sorry, my throat is going to hell. Extracting files from an archive. I'm not tired, but I do have a lot of pain in the throat. It takes the list of files from the standard input, mostly output from ls. Okay. To create a cpio archive, we use, honestly, I have no idea what cpio is. Let me just try to educate myself. Copy files to and from archives. Okay. ls lists everything in the current folder, and then we use cpio into an archive. The -o option instructs cpio to create an output. In this case, the output file created is this archive. The ls command lists the contents of the current directory, which are to be archived. I was just checking something. Okay, so we use the ls with cpio, and it's past midnight here. See ya. Okay, Alexei, thank you for hanging out. We were not going to be long anyway, the rest of us. Iceblade says similar to tar then. We'll see. Okay, so what we did here, where's the file? Archive cpio, there it is. Okay. So archive is 2 kilobytes. It's 2 kilobytes, which kind of makes sense. So this one actually both archived and compressed, I think. I mean, let's archive. I know. No, it's not the same format. Anyways, if we do the remove destination.tar, remove archive. Okay, so right now do -hs. Okay, the current folder is 44 kilobytes, right? If we do the tar cvf, let's just do the cf and then tar destination.tar and everything inside, right? ls-lach. So if we just tar the entire folder, then we get 60 kilobytes, right? Remove tar destination. Okay, if we do the tar plus bzip, then we will get 1 kilobyte. Okay, remove tar destination. If we do the if we do this, then we will get 1 kilobyte. However, this didn't archive everything that we have. This only archived these files that are here, I think. Or maybe the folders as well, because they are a part of the list, right? They are a part of this. We will have to unarchive this file to see what is actually in there. Let's make directory AA. Okay, let's go to AA and then extract it in new folder, size says it's not compressed. Size actually says that it's compressed in my opinion, but okay. 1 kilobyte. So to extract the archive, we use, I don't know what, I is extract and D would create the folder. Okay, let's do it. Let's create folder while extracting dot slash, right? So that's where the source is. So what it created a bunch of stuff, ls documents. There is nothing in documents. Let's go back a little bit. Do we have something in documents here? Yeah, we have something in. You see what it did? It only archived what the ls showed, right? It didn't go recursively, right? It's kind of silly, but I suppose there is the reasoning behind it and what you can do with it. I have never used cpio. I'm just deleting extra windows, right? I have never used cpio, so I'm not really familiar with what I would do with it. But just the fact that it works on the output of the ls command is kind of okay, right? So you can list the contents of the folder, like, I don't know, ls, all of the brains, right? You can list all of the brains, and then you can pipe cpio. What was it? cpio, not the extract, but dash, was it dash o, and then into a file dot cpio, something like that, right? Yeah, file dot cpio. So if we would go to AAA and remove literally everything from this folder, right? We have nothing here. And if we would do the cpio-i, what was the second switch? ID. Okay, we do the ID. And then we use the dash dot slash archive, is it? Yeah, okay. Ooh. That's, oh, the wrong one. Sorry. rm minus rf. Yes. Okay, sorry, the wrong one. I decompressed. It's supposed to be file.cpio. This one should contain just the brains, right? Yeah, just the brains, because that's how we compressed it, right? So we used only the list of all of the brains, and then we piped it to the compressor, right? However, what is stopping us from doing the same thing, right? Remove everything. Let's go back and remove archive, remove file, right? So let's list brain everything, and then pipe it to the tar compress vf, and then it will be file.tar. So this is the same way to work with the output of the ls command, but I'm piping it to tar instead. And let's see if this works. I don't know. Cowardly refusing to create an empty archive. What if we this won't work? This won't work. Yeah, I suppose you can't do that, at least without some more complex switches. Philcon says maybe add dash here. No. Maybe we could press space here. At the end. That doesn't make sense. Still struggling to understand what is special about cpio versus tar other than ls output. Tar seems to accept standard input from find command, but maybe I'm not understanding the syntax properly. I bet cpio also accepts the output from find. The -o option instructs cpio to create an output. In this case, the output file created is archive cpio. The ls command lists the contents which are to be archived. Okay, let's go on. If I specify -t option, like this, list the contents. Oh, this is small t. Did I miss it? Let's search -t. Okay. Process only the end occurrence. La 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 la. And when a list of files is given either on the command line or via the -t option. Okay, let's see. Where else do we have -t? Oh, here it is. -t. Get names to extract or create from file. Unless specified otherwise, the file must contain a list of names separated by ASCII LF, one name per line. The names read are handled the same way as command line arguments. So get names, one per line. ls bra. Okay, man ls. We need to do it one result per line. List entries by columns. Group directories, long listing, print sizes, follow symbolic links. Use fill. I'm searching for how to list in the one result per line. List entries by lines instead of columns. Dash X. Okay. ls dash X. Eh? List entries by lines instead of by columns. What am I doing wrong? Let's use AI some more. Really? Am I this stupid? Nah, this is with details. Oh, this is 1. Is this 1 or L? Oh, 1. Wait. Man ls search for -1. Oh, list 1 file per line. I didn't see this. It was right below the dot, right below here. We were here, and the result was here. Okay, let's try file.tar and give it -1 here. Old option T requires an argument. So the old man T wants to have an argument with us. Try piping with tr. Need a separate T argument. Okay, let's put the dash here and I don't know, like this. Where would you put the separate T argument and why is it separate? Oh, crap. Tar extract vf dot slash file dot tar. Oh, it doesn't work. It compressed nothing. I mean, it archived nothing. I don't think we have too much time for this. I have 10 more minutes of life remaining. dd command. dd copies data from one location to another. The command line syntax of dd differs from many other Unix programs. It uses the syntax option equal value for its command line options rather than the GNU standard dash option value or dash dash option equals value formats. Okay. Copies data from one location to another, right? Easy peasy. dd if equals old file of equals new file, right? So let's check it. Let's check it here. So we have ls minus lah. Okay, so we have 10 kilobytes file dot tar here. How is it 10 kilobytes? How is it 10 kilobytes and nothing in there? What is going on? Iceblade, yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna cut it soon. Okay, dd if equals file dot tar of equals file dash copy dot tar. Okay, records in, records out, 10 kilobytes copied, speed 234 megabytes per second, and we have two exact same files, and we didn't use the cp command, but we used dd, right? dd. This command would copy the content of old file into new file, where, you know, the dd command tip 10 kilobytes from what? Yeah. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Somehow we got it to 10 kilobytes and there's nothing inside. The dd command typically will not output anything to this screen until the command has finished. By providing the status equals progress option, the console will display the amount of work getting done by the command. For example, dd status equals progress if old file of new file, right? So I don't think I can demonstrate, maybe I can demonstrate it, but I need a bigger file. Let's do the dd if equals Jaglenats. Okay, let's go to okay, Motu something 031 Motu Eman dot. Oh, finally, okay. That's the path, okay. Of equals eman dot mp4 and status equals progress, right? Status equals progress, right? Demlan Trap uses this to write images to Flash. Yeah. That's the most common usage. Okay. So there you have it. 89 megabytes per second, right? You see how it refreshed, and it gave you the progress, you know, how it was copying the file, right? So now we have the file here. We can do it again so you can see it. Oh, I suppose it has it cached somewhere because now it's finished immediately. But yeah, the progress is so it informs you about how speedy it is. Because when you burn stuff to the USB sticks, then you will probably want to know how fast are you getting to the end, right? Small files, whatever, right? dd is also used in changing data to upper lowercase or writing directly to block devices such as dev SDB, right? So when you're making USB sticks or killing your hard drive if you want, right? dd if old file, new file, convert ucase, right? This would copy all the contents of old file into new file and capitalize all of the text. Really? It's still small caps. Or did I not understand something? Capitalize what? Convert ucase. Man dd. Content, not the name. Maybe it's for content. Let's try it on content. Cut brain 9. Okay, it has small caps inside. dd if equals brain 9 of equals brain 9. This is, I'm doing this on purpose. Oh, pasted the wrong thing. Convert ucase, right? So now we have the capital brain now 9, right? Let's cut this. Oh, good. Yeah, good. So the yeah, so it capitalized all of the contents of the file. I don't know what will I do with that, but it's good to know that I can do that. So if I did that on the MP4 file, then I have literally ruined the file and it's no longer watchable. I mean, it was binary even before, but you know, now it's probably ruined completely. The following command will backup the whole hard disk SDA to a file named backup. Okay. So you take the entire block device, which is your hard drive, and you just make a backup image of the entire hard drive, and you use the bullshit equals 4096 as an argument because it's a block sector something, I think. But let's check. Man dd bs equals bytes read and write up to bytes. So up to 4000 bytes at a time. I suppose this can speed up the operation a little bit, block size. How many bytes at a time, right? So if you would not specify the BS, I don't think the result would be any different, except in some cases it may be faster. It may be faster if you align it to 4K because of how hard drives function. Because hard drives store the I think we discussed it on the previous lessons, right? Hard drives have chunks of 4K sectors, right? So it's kind of you could speed up the process if you copy, one 4K at a time, right? This could speed up things. Probably more important for old devices. I don't think so. We could give it a test, but I didn't set the alarm. Must be a prank of my daughter. She thought that I would be sleeping by now. I have never set the alarm on this watch in my entire life. I was like, what the hell is beeping here? I mean, I don't have anything that beeps like that. Well, let's finish. Let's finish the lesson and go to sleep. Consider the following listing. Find Frank documents, type directories, right? What kind of files would it output? Yeah, directories. In which directory does the search begin? Well, obviously it begins in this directory. In documents, yeah. A user wishes to compress his backup folder. He uses the following command. CVF. Which option is lacking to compress the backup using zip algorithm? -X, no. Pilcon is correct. It's Z. Z is missing, and X is unarchive. Yeah, X goes instead of C. C is to create an archive, X is to extract an archive, and you need to add either Z or J to use the compression. J is bzip2, yeah. Okay, we already done with guided. Okay, explorational. As a system administrator, it is required to perform regular checks in order to remove voluminous files. Oh, you mean big ones. Okay. These voluminous files are located in var and end with a backup extension. Write down the command using find to locate these voluminous files. Let me just check if I'm not stupid. Something. Having a great volume or size. Okay, I wasn't crazy. But they didn't specify how big they want us to. The tall ones, yeah, the tall ones. Iceblade says something that will not work. Okay, we need find /var, right? Find /var, and we need like size. We need like size, and Philcon says +X. Okay, so we could use plus, I don't know, plus 100 megabytes. And we don't need to specify name, right? Oh, sorry, we need sudo for that. Okay, we have a lot of files that are 1 megabyte. Let's go with 1 gigabyte. Oh, okay, we are again with only llamas, right? So basically that's the command. Sudo find /var -size +1g, right? So whatever Philcon said. 2g was in lesson. Okay. Okay. An analysis of the sizes. Oh, the dot backup. Yeah. Dell is correcting us. We forgot the dot backup. We forgot dot backup. Good. An analysis of the sizes of the files reveals they range from 100 megabytes to 1 gigabyte. Complete the previous command with this new information so that you may locate those backup files ranging from 100 megabytes to 1 gigabyte, right? So let's do it again. Let's find files that are less than 1 gigabytes but more than 100 megabytes, right? I think we need two sizes. Let's try bigger than 1 gigabyte because we know that we have those, and smaller than 10 gigabytes, right? Yeah, that works. We need to specify the size twice, right? If we do the size, I don't know, bigger than 1 gigabyte and smaller than 1 gigabyte, that should break. It actually tries to find something that cannot exist. Funny. Finally, complete this command with the delete action so that these files will be removed. I don't want to remove my files. But generally the command would be something like, how did it go? No, it was dash exits remove. No, it wasn't remove. It was dash exits, something like with this, right? And then backslash, and then semicolon, and then remove, right? Or delete. Just like this. Okay, let's do just the dash delete. I did. I just don't want to press enter. I need those files. Okay, let's remove this and see the correct result. In the var directory, there exists 4 backup files. Using tar specified the command that would create an archive file with the name db first quarter. Whoa. What is special about this? Type print if you want to see the outcome. Okay. Using tar specify the command that would create an archive with the file name. Okay, so it's tar dash no dash space cvf and then this name, and then you take the entirety of this content, right? So whatever. You guys are forgetting to take the files. All of you. All 3 of you forgot to take the files. It does. Using tar specify the command that would create an archive file with the name db first quarter, and the first quarter means January, February, March, and April. So the task actually says that you need to take all 4 files. Iceblade is rushing, so it's hard to read. Maybe Iceblade wrote it correctly, but it has errors. We will take the Philcon sensor. Sounds good. Maybe someone before Philcon answered as well, but I didn't see it. Using tar, specify the command that would create the archive and compress it using gzip. Well, it's the same command as Philcon wrote. You will just add the one more letter, and then the no G, no G's. Where did you find the letter G? You mean J? Philcon, it's not Z, it's J. Oh, sorry, you're right. It's Z. It's no. I'm sleeping. Sorry, I'm sleeping. It says Z here. Okay. And you need to change backup.tar to backup.tar.gz. Yeah, but the G doesn't exist. Okay, answers, directories, documents, Z is what is missing. Find /var dash name backup. Okay, find all of the backup files, size larger, size smaller. That was fine. Delete. Okay, so the same command with dash delete as you guys said, and I forgot this. And in the var directory, okay, okay. They wanted us to take each individual file and put it into an archive and not the entirety of the folder, but okay. Okay. Using tar, specify the command that would create an archive and compress it, so it's the same command but with a Z, right? And it has the tar.gz here, right? Streams, pipes, and redirects. Okay, sleep time.